Cek. Cek, cek satu, cek.
Mohon teman-teman mahasiswa yang masih ada di luar untuk segera memasuki ruangan karena acara akan segera kita mulai.
Mohon perhatian, acara akan dimulai 5 menit lagi. Kepada hadirin, mohon untuk memasuki dan menempati tempat duduk masing-masing. Assalamualaikum. Greetings to all of us. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Thanks be to God for the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who give His blessing to all of us here today, so that we can take part in today's event in good health. Salawat and salam to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who had saved us from the darkness to the lightness. May we all be the ones who will get His intercession in Yaumul Akhir. Amin. The Honorable Excellencies, Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, State Islamic University of Antasari, Mr. Dr. Haji Sukarni MAG, Vice Dean Mr. Dr. Haji Zaki Mubarak MSE, Vice Dean Mr. Dr. Muhaimin MA, Vice Dean Mrs. Dr. Hajah Zulfa Makiah MAG. The Honorable Excellencies, our speakers today, Dean Faculty of Islamic Economic and Finance, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini, Professor of Saito University College Malaysia, Mr. Dato Professor Dr. Sudin Haron, Assistant Dean for Organization Development, Faculty of Management Science, Prince of Songkla University of Thailand, Assistant Professor Mrs. Dr. Wanamina Postan Ali, Professor of Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, State Islamic University of Antasari, Indonesia, Mr. Professor Dr. Shaugi Mubarak MA. The Honorable Lecturer and Staff of Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, State Islamic University of Antasari. And also all the participants and audience of today's seminar. International Seminar Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business, State Islamic University of Antasari. The transformative role of Islamic Economic and Business in supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. Witness Day, 27 September 2023. Begin. To open today's event, let us all say Basmalah. Next, sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dipersilahkan duduk kembali. The next agenda is welcoming speech by the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Islamic Economic and Business to Mr. Dr. Haji Sukarni, MAG. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ismahuli an aqula kalimatal ibtidah bil lughatil arabiyyah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Al-a'izza'us sadah was sayyidat al-afadil allazina syarafuna bihudurihim fi hadzan nadwah ad-dawliyah al-yawm. Atawajjahu bi akhlasi tahiyyat wal ihtiram li fadilatid Dr. Muhammad Zaki Ibnu Al-Hajj Zaini, Amidu Kulliyatil Iqtisad Wat Tamwil Al-Islami bi Jami'ati Sultan Syarif Ali Al-Islamiyah di Brunei. Yumkin mawjud bi la. Assalamualaikum Ustadz Muhammad Zaki Ibnu Al-Hajj Zaini.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Lama yahdur. Walil Ustadz Ad-Doktor Sudin Harun, Ustadz fi Jami'ati Saitu bi Malaysia. Walid Doktor Wan Amina Bustan Ali Naib Amidu Tatwirin Munazzamat fi Kulliyati Ulumi Idaratil A'mal bi Jami'atil Amir Songkhla, Thailand. Wabil khusus lil Ustaz Al Profesor Syauqi Mubarak Sep, Ustazuna fi Kulliyatil Iqtisadi wal A'mal Al Islamiyah bi Jami'ah Antasari di Indonesia. Aidan atuqaddim bi tahiyati wa syukril khas li jami'il musyarikin al-kiram allazina syaraku fi hadhihi nadwah sawa'un kanu mutawajjidina huna bi hudurihim asyakhsi. Alhamdulillah hadir dari Bank Indonesia dan juga dari Otoritas Jasa Keuangan serta seluruh dosen Febi Antasari Banjarmasin. Wa aidan yahduruna bi abaril internet. Kita mengikuti juga dengan ditayangkan juga melalui Zoom yang bisa dilihat oleh para peserta seminar internasional hari ini dari berbagai kawasan. Al-hudurul kiram rahimakumullah, inna mawdu'a iktisadil Islam yabqa mawdu'an hayawiyan yatimu munaqashatuhu bi istimrarin kajuz'in min khiyarati tatwiril iktisadil alami yu'allimuna manhajal iktisadil islami bi ahammiyatil adalah bi tauzi'i sarwah wa huquqil insani wal wajibatil ijtimaiyah wa yabta'idu aniz zulmi wal ittihad. Haza ya'ni anna iktisadul Islam daiman yuda'imul fi'ati dha'ifatal lati tatamahalu ghaliban bin nizami rasmani. Walihadza sabab ya'ti hadzan nadwah al-yaum tahta unwan ad-daurul mihwari lil iktisadi wal a'malil islamiyah fi da'mi ahdafit tanmiyatil mustadamah. Yang dalam bahasa Indonesia tema kita pada hari ini adalah peran transformatif ekonomi Islam untuk mewujudkan pembangunan berkelanjutan. Innaha nadwatun istiratijiyatun bil fi'il. Satu sahim insyaallahu sayakunu hazan nasyad qadiran 'alal musamahati bi afkarin bil aulamatil lati nuwajihuha al mustamir bitaghyir. Kita berharap apa yang dibicarakan selama satu hari ini dapat memberikan sumbangan yang sangat berharga, terutama dalam aspek pikiran-pikiran strategis untuk mewujudkan pembangunan berkelanjutan di Indonesia. A'udzu aidan an ashkura Jami'ata Antasari di Banjarmasin wa Jami'ah Sultan Syarif Ali Al-Islamiyah di Brunei wa Kulliyatu Jami'ah Saitu di Malaysia wa Jami'ah Al-Amir Sungkla di Thailand ala ta'awunil wasiq allazi ataha li hadhihi nadwa an tutahaqqaq. Kita berterima kasih kepada teman-teman yang berada di Universitas Sultan Syarif Ali di Brunei, kemudian Universitas Saito di Malaysia, dan Universitas Al-Amir di Songkhla, Thailand, yang ikut serta dan berpartisipasi dalam rangka untuk mewujudkan seminar pada hari ini. Kamu masilin anil kulliyati a'udhu an u'abira an imtinanin al-amiq li jami'in nadawiyin wa li jami'i a'dha'il lajnatil munazzamah wa bi tahdidil musyrikina min mukhtalifil jihad wal aqsamil hukumiyati wal akademiyati wal mujtama'a al-madani alladzi syarafuna bi hudurihim. Kita berterima kasih kepada seluruh peserta yang ikut dapat berhadir pada hari ini, baik dari kalangan akademisi atau dari praktisi, dan juga dari para mahasiswa kami yang kami cintai dari Febi UIN Antasari Banjarmasin. Walihaza fal nabda hazihin nadwah. Oleh karena itu marilah kita buka kegiatan penting ini dengan sama-sama biqauli bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Syukran jazilan ala ihtimamikum wa barakallahu fikum jami'an wa billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda is prayers. To take blessing on today's event, we ask for Mr. Muhammad Yulian Makmun, LCMM, to Mr. Muhammad Yulian Makmun. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before praying, let's together recite Al-Fatihah. May Allah grant our supplication and may Allah bless us forever here and hereafter. Al-Haziniyah wa kulli niyatin salihah wa ila hadrati Rasulillah. Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ya rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Ya Allah, let not our hearts deviate after you have guided us and grant us for yourself mercy. Indeed, you are the bestower. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmatan wa hayyi lana min amrina rasyada. Ya Allah, grant us from yourself mercy and prepare for us from our affair right guidance. Rabbana atmim lana nurana waghfir lana innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Ya Allah, perfect for us our light and forgive us. Indeed, you are all over all things capable. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Ya Allah, please accept these supplicants from us. Indeed, you are the hearing, the knowing. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The last agenda is closing. We would like to thank you all of our distinguished guests and participants. Let us close by saying Hamdalah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The main session will be guided by moderator Mrs. Novita Alfinuri, BSGMA. To Mrs. Novita Alfinuri, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, MC, for the lovely welcome. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Your Highness and Excellencies from the Central Bank, Bank of Indonesia. Good morning for the Excellencies and Your Highness from the Financial Services Authority, OJK, and Your Highness and Excellencies from the Faculty of Economics and Business in UIN Antasari, Banjarmasin. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is Novita, and it is my pleasure and honor to be your moderator for this session. The program for this morning is as follows. In a short while, we will start the delivery of materials by first introducing the speakers prior to each of their respective sessions surrounding our seminar theme for today. It's my great pleasure for me to introduce our honorable distinguished guest speakers who are going to talk to us about how Islamic economics and business support sustainable development goals in many transformative ways in the following order. The first session will be delivered by the Honorable Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini from the University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Unisa, Brunei Darussalam. And also by the Professor Dr. Sudin Harun from Saito University College, Malaysia. In session 2, we have the Honorable Assistant Professor Dr. Wanamina Boston Ali from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. And the very least, we have Professor Dr. Saugi Mubarak, Sep MA from Antasari, Banjarmasin State Islamic University. Following each of the delivery materials, we will have a question and answer session for approximately 30 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you very much for your active participation in the seminar. I hope you enjoy the program. First up, may I invite first to the stage the Honorable Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini from the University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali, Unisa, Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini was born a Brunei citizen in the year 1986. He completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Education, Math and Physics from University Brunei Darussalam in 2010. In 2011, he then received high merit dissertation with distinction from Cardiff University, UK, in Master of Science in Operational Research and Applied Statistics with the thesis title, An Analysis on the Management of Zakat Allocation and Distribution in Brunei Darussalam. He then went on to pursue his PhD in Economics at the University of Exeter, UK, awarded in May 2016. Several of his research articles covers the topic of welfare economics, zakat, poverty, Islamic economics. He started his academic career as a faculty member of Islamic Economics and Finance UNISA since 2016, and now serves as assistant professor in economics with the research interest zakat, poverty, entrepreneurial economics, circular economy, financial technology, welfare economics, and Islamic economics and finance. He is going to talk to us today on the theme, the role of zakat towards SDG goal of no poverty. Please join me in welcoming Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini from University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Unisa from Brunei Darussalam.
Hello, Assalamualaikum everyone. Hello, Miss Moderator. Shall I start? Hello, Miss Moderator. Can I start now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Hello, Assalamualaikum everyone. To all my friends in Indonesia, how I wish I could be there in Banjarmasin. I've never been there to Banjarmasin, and this is my first time actually to present paper virtually for Indonesia. So hopefully I'm able to go there one day to Banjarmasin. I'm pretty sure that's a very nice city. I've been to Lampung before, been to other cities of Indonesia, but I've never been to Banjarmasin. So thank you to UIN Antasari Banjarmasin for having me here this morning. It's an honor to be one of the speaker. And of course, if I compare myself to the other panelists, I still have so much to learn and feel so inferior to be seated or to be gathered amongst them. So I just want to share, instead of teach you, things that I believe very close to my research on zakat. As mentioned by the moderator back then, I did my PhD on zakat actually. My master thesis was on more on medical, and then I pursue into social economics for my PhD. I'm so much interested in zakat when Brunei talk about the undistributed zakat fund. If you look for an article, news article in 2009, His Majesty Sultan of Brunei raised a concern about over 200 million Brunei dollars of zakat fund was not distributed. So because of that, I decided to do a PhD studying on zakat distribution in Brunei, looking at the issues of why this undistributed zakat fund was not properly distributed to its recipient. So fast forward, since 2010, and now it's been 13 years, the issue of zakat is still talked about here in Brunei. We still really do not see the impact of zakat towards, especially towards SDG. So when we talk about SDG, with today's theme of SDG, I think everybody, in fact, the student themselves, they are aware of what is SDG. It is not alien to them. The word Sustainable Development Goals are very familiar to all students nowadays. It has become not just a global agenda, but also has become a national agenda as well. But sadly, I would say not everyone, but most people still not really aware on the real definition of sustainable. So before we look at what is SDG, it's good for us to actually look for ourselves. What do we mean by sustainable? Because if we don't really understand the term sustainable in itself, we will not appreciate what is SDG for us. majority of us, we see SDG is just for the reason of politics. People do this because of the international organization doing it. They want to look good. They want to put them on the slide because they want to look good. But whatever the SDG have here is not just for us, but it's for our younger generation. So if one really understand the importance of SDG, then they would really put their heart and soul towards striving for the SDG. So SDG is not just merely for the sake of making you look good in your presentation or publication or publishing a paper on SDG, but really it will create an impact to you and most importantly to your younger generation. Okay, but it's easier said than done. SDG is not easy for us to implement. Okay, it requires financial resources, leadership or political commitment. It involves security and political stability, and of course, sound economic management. So it's not a one-man show. The SDG implementation requires the whole of nation approach, and it requires a lot of resources. Now, it is also important for us to understand that SDG is a sequel of MDG, the Millennium Development Goals. Okay, but the SDG, they are hinting towards the major issues like such as poverty, development, and most importantly as well the environment. Nowadays, we also started to be very much concerned on the environment, a climate risk. In fact, banks nowadays are also very concerned on environment because little did we know, environment is also eating us up. If we don't control them properly, they're eating us up as well. So environment has now become also a major issue. So attaining SDG is a global responsibility. So it indicates that each and every one of us is responsible to strive towards achieving SDG. And little did we realize, SDGs are mostly overlap with our national vision. Even if we compare to Brunei's Vision 2035, majority of those goals are actually overlapping with our national vision 2035. So whatever we are doing towards striving our national vision, we are also going in the same direction to achieve SDG. So it would be great for students, to look at how we can map the initiative by the government to achieve its national vision and map that to the SDG as well. Okay. Now, going on to the next slide, how can Islamic finance help in achieving the SDG? So the SDGs they are very comprehensive and indivisible, not to mention the great deal of interaction among the goals. Can we move to the next slide, please? So when we see all these 17 goals, can we move to the next slide? Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, so when we look at SDG, we have to understand that SDG is a very comprehensive and indivisible. Okay, not to mention the great deal of interaction among the goals. So this is very common. In fact, when we look at the Maqasid al-Shariah as well, you cannot look at them at individual core values. They're all interacting with each other. So this similarly applies to sustainable development goals as well. When you try to lift people from poverty, you also have to look at their health, education, in fact, the environment as well. So all these goals are interacting. So how do we make sure that the initiative that we do can help to achieve our main goal? And how do we make sure that whatever initiative that we do, it creates a maximum output as compared to the input as well? So this is what we also refer to the outcome-based initiative. Okay, we need to look at whatever initiative that we do, at which goal that it will hit the most, and which is our major concern right now. So financing SDGs are related directly to human development, and it also require physical infrastructure. And this is where, in fact, Islamic finance play its role. How can Islamic finance fund infrastructure that is muchly needed to help to achieve our SDG. So this is the main issues right now. People talk about SDG, but people tend to forget all these projects, these means, these mediums to achieve the SDG require lots of funding. But how do we get those fundings? Can Islamic finance play its role towards achieving the SDG 2030? What sort of Islamic finance option do we have to achieve the SDG? How do these countries, especially the least developed countries or developing countries, can rely on the Islamic finance to help them to achieve the SDG? So this is the questions that we all need to answer. Okay, so can we go to the next slide, please? So I try to map. Can you move to the next slide? Thank you. So we look at, I tried to look at three major domains on the role of Islamic finance. One is on the social development, second on the infrastructure development, and the third one is on the innovation to achieve efficiency. Now, what do we mean by finance for social development? Okay, so finance for social development is to raise our mobilized funds to finance the social aspect of the society. For example, can we able to raise funds to finance any program related to fighting poverty and hunger? Now, on top of the common things that we have like zakat, wakaf, what are the other Islamic finance alternative do we have to help in funding social development? And if you talk to any zakat consuls, anyone who involved in zakat or wakaf, some of their major concern is lack of fundings. Why? Because they 100% rely on zakat or on wakaf, which these two also rely on the public contribution. So what can we do to supplement or to complement the existing funding that we have? Okay. And second, we all, as I mentioned earlier, we need infrastructure development and of course innovation as well. But infrastructure development, we must remember that it needs a lot of funding. Now, in fact, just look at one. Goal number 6, clean water and sanitation. It requires huge funding. It requires huge funding, especially when we talk about least developed countries. Where Islamic finance play its role here? How can Islamic finance play its role to achieve goal number 6? It's not a $1,000 or $2,000 project. It requires a lot of funding. And similarly, innovation. Innovation is always related to risk. So what sort of funding that can help to ensure the innovation aspects can be achieved? Because to take innovation is a huge risk. For those countries who are very particular in their funding, they are always reluctant to go for anything that's innovative. Why? Because it's related to risk. They do not want to get the blame if anything happened to the proposed project. So they need to have the right funding. And where does Islamic finance play its role? Okay, so Islamic finance is a huge topic, but where each alternative play its role in achieving the 17 goals. Or maybe one day we can break it down. Which countries is responsible to achieve number 1, number 2? So we are able to identify which country can help to fund goal number 1, goal number 2, and which sort of Islamic finance alternative they have to offer. So maybe like Brunei and Indonesia deal with goal number 1 and number 2. This is sort of fundings they can do. This is the sort of Islamic finance alternative they can offer. So maybe one day we can have a more like one community among all Islamic countries to together help to achieve the goals by offering Islamic finance alternative. So can we go to the next slide, please? So this some of the things that we have mapped. How does Islamic finance tool can be utilized? This is not exhaustive list, okay, and it is basically based on the author's mapping, and of course professors out there can have more innovative way of mapping, but we can actually see how these three the three main domains that I mentioned earlier can actually be mapped to various alternative of Islamic finance mechanism. Okay, so we can achieve this, and of course, definitely we can come up with more innovative mechanism based on Islamic finance to help us to achieve goals of SDG. In fact, not just goal of SDG, but our national vision as well. Now, a lot of people start to complain about why do we rely too much on SDG? But people tend to forget we are not relying or leveraging on SDG entirely. We know that, in fact, if we tend to map with Maqasid Sharia, SDG is a subset of Maqasid Sharia. So whatever you do to achieve the SDG, it definitely helps to achieve the 5 elements of Maqasid Sharia. So when people talk about SDG, does not mean that they have forgotten about the core values of Maqasid Sharia. No, we all understand that SDG is merely a subset of Maqasid Sharia. Maqasid Sharia is in eternal values that we should adhere to. Okay, because SDG, they keeps on changing. After 2030, there might be another goals. But Maqasidul Sharia, it remains and retains as our core reference. Okay, so we go to the next slide. Now, I'm going more towards my area of study, which is Zakat. Okay, Zakat is something that is very close to me because I've been trying my very best to study on how can Zakat really impact on the community. Even before SDG, even before when I learned about SDG, back then was MDG, I was so much concerned on one particular issue. How the Zakat can really help to lift or to remove people from poverty. Now, most of my friends from other countries, when I talk about Zakat and talk about poverty, there's always mentioned one thing. Do Bruneians poor? Do we have poverty in Brunei? Now, it's very hard for me to answer that. Now, people always believe that Brunei has no poverty issue. Now, we also have to reflect back that poverty is a very multidimensional concept. Okay, it depends on how you define poverty, and I would say Brunei can be defined as relative poverty. Now, yet does not mean that we should say there is no poverty issues in Brunei. Of course, we don't see any homeless individuals in Brunei. People are taken care of, but poverty is there. So we need to achieve that everybody's welfare is being taken care of in Brunei. So if there is no poverty, we wouldn't be able to see any application. Okay, but every year now the major concern is that we started to see the increased number of applications on Zakat. So this is now the national concern. Okay, I will explain to you later on. But the role of Zakat nowadays, not only on poverty, but also on to empower them. We need to create more MSMEs, also to empower them in terms of their education, to provide housing, and also it has become our national policy as well. So how can we put Zakat as one of the tools, economic tools, to empower our economy? Okay, so next slide, please. Now, the main also concern among not just the Zakat councils in Brunei, but also in other countries is how do we increase Zakat payment? So there are 4 areas, and this is very common to enforcement. Now, in Brunei, although we have the law in terms of to enforce people to pay Zakat, but yet it is to be implemented. So we see in countries like Malaysia, Zakat has been embedded. They have to pay Zakat. It's deducted from their disposable income, but not in Brunei. It's voluntary. So maybe we can see the possibility. I'm not saying this as a policy maker, but as an academic. So shall we have this to be enforced based on our disposable income? And if it's enforced, maybe we're able to see the increase and consistency of Zakat payment among Bruneians. And then, of course, the common initiative is the marketing to educate. But now, how do we make sure there is a trust between payer and recipients? Now, this is the major concern right now. How do we ensure that the payer willing to pay without any reluctancy? Is we have to create a bridge between the payer and the recipients. And one way to do that is to make sure that the payer is involved in a sense that they're able to track, to see the impact of their contribution. So here it all goes back to the governance and transparency. So we must create those trusts between the payer as well as the recipient. And those who are responsible for those process is definitely the institution or the council. Okay, so next slide, please. Now the manpower is again a common issue. I've done my research, and this is the main concerns that they always shared to me. They need more training, they need more infrastructure, especially technology infrastructure. They need more well-established and innovative system. But as I mentioned earlier on in my first previous slide, innovation needs funding. And who will fund this? So when you bring any proposal to the top management, and it requires millions of dollars, it's not easy for you to get those fundings. So yet again, it's more like a ding-dong issues right now. You know this the solution, but the solution needs money. When you talk about money, it involves risk. And with the limited budget, it's not easy for you to get it approved. So the most common problem is that they need a technological infrastructure. They need a system. Okay. And of course, the common is the terms of reference need to be more clear, need to have more discussion between the subordinates and the superior, and they need to have an employee development framework. So in the end of the day, the manpower will drive the Zakat Council. Without them, then we will have the issues between the payer and the recipients. So they are the bridge between the payer and the recipients. If you don't fix the bridge, there will be no connection between the payer and the recipients. So the bridge has to be solidified first. Okay, so next slide. I think I have a few minutes left. And in terms of the ecosystem, we need an integrated platform. Now, Brunei has one, it's called Sistem Kebajikan Negara, but no one has done a proper study to see its effectiveness yet. Okay, and we need to see to what extent that this integrated platform that we have right now is very effective in helping the process of welfare assistance in Brunei. So it yet to be done. Okay, but one thing that's still existing in Brunei, just want to share to our friends in Indonesia and maybe to Malaysia, is that people seek for assistance to various social media channels. They can go through WhatsApp, they can go through Facebook, and for this reason, no one knows whether these individuals sincerely or genuinely need help. So how do we create a platform where everybody, when they start to donate or to get involved in charity work, it goes to the right individual? So again, it related to the technology, and as well as the technology, if we have the good technology, it will help us in terms of decision making as well. Okay, next slide. Now, in terms of role of zakat recipients, let me just point out few issues. Number one is that majority, this is the common problem being shared by the Zakat Council. Majority people send in the application even when they don't need zakat. So you see, if Zakat Council receive 1,000 application and 60% of them are not deserving of zakat assistance, but the Zakat Council yet have to do investigation. They have to go and do a field visit. So you imagine the time spent on this 60% application, which in fact they know they don't deserve zakat, but they send in the application just for the sake of giving it a shot. So this is the common problem, because when they send in application, they cannot entirely reject them. They have to do a field visit first, just to make sure that they really deserve or otherwise. So again, this requires time, manpower, energy, and cost. So recipient should understand they should apply zakat only when they really in need of them. And when they receive zakat, one thing that they must make sure is that they must spend prudently and invest them accordingly, so that they move from recipients to become a zakat payer. So zakat recipients also play an important role. Okay, next slide, please. Now, back then we have what we call as now we call it bahagian zakat. Bahagian zakat means it is like only one of small departments under Ministry of Religious Affairs. Okay, so this was back then. And when I did my research, I was heavily engaged with Department of Religious Council Brunei, which under them, they have a zakat collection and distribution division. So it's only a division of which handles zakat. Okay, but okay, now let me go to the next slide. But in very recent in July, I can be got in July. So you imagine in July, His Majesty himself, he declared that we must ensure that the management of zakat is more effective and efficient. Now, you go and look through news articles. His Majesty is very much concerned about zakat. And this is not the first time His Majesty talk about issues of zakat. You can see for number of years, His Majesty keeps on mentioning about zakat, zakat, and zakat. In fact, in July, he was very much concerned on zakat. And for that reason, a new department has been established called Zakat, Wakaf, and Baitul Mal. So zakat and His Majesty is very, very close with zakat. He always talk about the importance of zakat, the importance of wakaf, and the importance of Baitul Mal. So this Islamic social finance mechanism are not alien to the government or not alien to His Majesty. He always see the strength of zakat, wakaf, and Baitul Mal in empowering the community. So that's why, as I mentioned earlier on, we need to solidify the bridge, which is the Zakat Council first. We need to ensure that the management of zakat able to be rectified first before we can create the trust between the payer as well as the recipients. So next slide, please. So these are some of the initiatives that has been done by the Zakat Councils in Brunei. They have like monthly assistance, one-off assistance, and yearly assistance. Okay, so the monthly assistance, of course, this is very common. It happens, I think, almost similar in Malaysia. And the one-off is like house, tuition fees, especially those applicants who intend, to finish off their studies overseas, capital assistance, medical assistance, and yearly, during Eid, the Zakat Council will actually distribute around 1,000 bananas, depending on the fund. They will distribute an annual funding to the recipient. So we have three main categories: the monthly, one-off, and annual. Okay, so the content of those monthly assistance might change as well, depending on the needs. Okay, so next slide, please. Now, in order for them to empower the recipients, so Zakat Council come up with a program called PROPAS. PROPAS means Program Pengupayaan Zakat. Okay, that is to empower the zakat recipients. Now, they are working with the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. Under Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, they have one department called Pusat Pembangunan Belia, okay, Youth Development Center. So in Youth Development Center, they provide free training for 9 months. In fact, with allowance as well. The zakat recipients or their children, their dependents can pick if they want pastry, they want plumbing, they want ICT, they want beauty and fashion. So nowadays, this training program keeps on changing as well, depending on the market. So 6 months training and 3 months internship, even they're being taken care of. So just to make sure that they become productive. But the main issue now, it goes back to the recipients. To what extent they're really able to grab this opportunity. Okay, so Zakat Council working with the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. I went there as well, the Youth Development Center, tried to study and learn the impact or the effectiveness of this program. Some of them really able to make money out of this Pusat Pembangunan Belia program. Some of them able to create their own business, they make their own money. And in fact, some of them are, I would say, well off after joining this program. But some interns also have problem. They fail to attend, they fail to commit, and eventually they go back to the cycle. So yet again, you still try to find, is it the program is the problem, or is the recipient that needs needs something to be done as well. Okay, so next. Then they also have another program called Perantis. This is where the recipients or the dependents are given the opportunity to work, hands-on exposure. So 6 months internship, and then 6 more months probation, and then within 1 year permanent recruitment. But yet again, the successfulness of this program is to be measured. I actually have the data, but it was only up to 2018. So I wasn't able to share the current one. So I've recorded the data, but still waiting for the data to be released to me. But inshallah, hopefully one day, I can share this data and able to compare the effectiveness of this program. Okay, so if you want to compare, it has been introduced for 11 years. Okay, can we refer to the next slide again? Now, I have like 2 more slides to go, and I'm sure the other presenters are also waiting to present. This is the most common challenges for Zakat Council. And of course, they see that the main issue, and even today, we still talk about it, is about the recipients, their mentality. And they want to be dependent on Zakat, and they resist to change. The most common problem also that I've learned from other countries is that they say they are not miskin, they are miskin agama. This is what they said. So this is something that we all have. This is something that we all have to study. What do they mean by that? Some even mentioned that those people who collect zakat they use luxurious cars to pick up their their assistants. So they wonder. In fact, in Brunei, people start to say these recipients, some of them have 2 to 3 phones. Some even have like big cars at home. So they start to question whether those recipients are really deserving ones. Now this is the main question in Brunei, whether those recipients are really deserving ones. And how do we make sure that they are deserving ones in relation to our economic situation in Brunei? So people see, when you visit the zakat recipients' residence, you will see 2 to 3 cars. Everyone has a phone. So then you started to wonder, do they really deserve zakat? So these sort of questions start to rise, and it makes the zakat payer reluctant to be part of this system. So this is that I'm trying to actually to focus on how do we create the trust between payers and the recipients. And another major issue is about capital assistance. I think this is the major common issues in many countries, is that in the end of the day, when we talk about zakat, it goes back to the concept of ownership, tamlik. Once you give them the assistance, it's hard for you to get it back from them. So they will decide. There was an issue back then. The council gave them a boat for them to start a business, but after a few months, they sold it off just to get the money, quick money. And in fact, it does not achieve its objective. So the main concern right now is how do we ensure that the recipients are productive through our zakat assistance, and at the same time, how do we change them, their mindset? So this is the 2 main issues: changing their mindset, and how do we make sure that they are productive? Okay, because you want to make sure that they do not rely too much on zakat. So when you do not tackle this problem, how do we even talk about the SDG, about no poverty and so on? All right, and finally, my slide on the conclusion. Actually, when we map, the all assistants are contributing to SDG. For instance, education, healthcare, no poverty, the monthly stipends. So when we try to map all zakat assistance actually contributing to SDG. However, later on I will share, but some of the positive as well is that the zakat officers are positive for changes. We did a research on them as well. In fact, recently I did a research on them on transformation technology, how they actually embrace digital transformation, and majority of the officers are very positive towards embedding technology into the system. It's a matter of yes or no. And we're able to see that they are starting to implement technology, and then they also are looking ways on how to make sure that their assistants are very dynamic. In a sense, they are trying to find the combination of consumptive and productive assistance. But what we need to ponder is that, yes, we're able to map the assistants can contribute to SDG, but does the zakat officer aware of SDG? And I did a quick research on that. Not everybody, I wouldn't say majority, but majority are still not aware of SDG, the impact of SDG on the assistance of zakat. So the zakat officers need to be more exposed to SDG, okay, so that they're really able to have an outcome-based assistance. They're able to measure to what extent that this assistance really contribute to goal number 1 or goal number 2 and so on. And then we talk about do we think that all this assistance is sustainable? This is another thing that we need to ponder. So basically, there are still more things to be done on our side here in Brunei, especially to say that we are, the people can actually see that we are doing a best practice. So there's still more things to be done. In fact, myself, I've been in this study of zakat for almost 11 years, and I still see the changes is still a bit slow. And hopefully we can do more research together. And I would invite, if any friends want to do research together, we have a matching grant as well in UNISA. So maybe we can collaborate to do more research on zakat. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Kaitannya dengan development atau pembangunan dan juga environment itu sendiri ya. Jadi konsepnya tadi SDG itu komprehensif dan indivisible. Artinya mereka saling interaksi dengan elemen-elemen lain seperti kebijakan healthcare dan education yang mana sama-sama secara komprehensif tadi meningkatkan pembangunan. Sehingga pada saat kita memfinance SDGs, kita juga banyak mengoffer other assistance, instrumen lain seperti physical infrastruktur. Dan begitulah kira-kira pengaruh daripada Islamic finance tadi untuk menawarkan cara-cara positif untuk mengadres SMEs atau small medium enterprise atau UMKM yang kita sebut di sini, baik melalui infrastruktur dan proyek-proyek pemerintah. Beliau tadi memaparkan bagaimana finance itu sendiri bisa dipakaikan untuk social development, pengembangan sosial, kemudian infrastruktur, dan juga innovation for efficiency. Di sesi kedua tadi Bapak Dr. Muhammad Zaini sudah memaparkan kepada kita bagaimana zakat can remove someone for poverty ya, and there was menarik tadi interaksi di antara integrated platform, teknologi, decision maker, jadi terkait alokasi, kemudian tipe assessment dan alokasi terhadap funding itu sendiri, kemudian research yang dibarengi dengan research baik dari governance, policy dan management sendiri. Karena ada beberapa fakta di lapangan yang kita lihat terkait zakat resipien, kadang bisa produktif, kadang itu sifatnya emergensi, artinya tidak berkesinambungan, atau dan some attract but overall the concept of zakat itself from the negeri budaya Darussalam sebagaimana kita lihat sangat-sangat dibantu dan ditopang oleh pemerintah dengan adanya Department of Religion Council Brunei yang kemudian banyak bekerja sama seperti itu ya dengan kultur dan bisnis pemerintahan untuk seperti mengembangkan daripada training program, vocational program seperti embroidery and pastry dalam rangka pemberdayaan manusianya. Sedikit tadi Bapak Dr. Zaki bin Haji Zaini juga memaparkan kesimpulan mengenai bahwasanya zakat council itu perlu untuk membantu resistensi yang terkadang dependensi dan resisting to change-nya itu ada di human capital-nya dan tentunya untuk mendistribusikan capital assistance yang ada di sekitar. Jadi Zakat Council tentunya memberikan kontribusi positif terhadap SDG atau Sustainable Development Goal dan juga officer dan pelaku daripada zakat itu sendiri adalah open and positive for changes. Dan sekarang kita lihat teknologi mulai di-embrace sehingga assistantship atau bantuan daripada zakat itu sendiri menjadi lebih dynamic. Kira-kira seperti itu, mohon para hadirin sekalian yang memiliki pertanyaan disimpan dulu setelah sesi kita yang kedua ini. Baik, saya lanjutkan. Thank you very much for Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini. Please give a round of applause. Thank you. So I will continue our session with the second speaker, the Honorable Datuk Professor Dr. Sudin Harun. Dato Professor Dr. Sudin obtained his Bachelor in Economics, General Degree, and Bachelor of Accounting honors from National University of Malaysia. University Kebangsaan Malaysia, he obtained his Master Business Administration from Northrop University, Los Angeles, USA, and PhD, Economic Studies, Finance, and Banking from University of New England, Australia. Dato Prof. Dr. Sudin, age 67, had an illustrious career with the government as well as the corporate sector. Professor Sudin has also established his own business. His final assignment with the government was when he was appointed as Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Awqaf Foundation 2014-2019, an agency established by the government of Malaysia with the objective of assisting states' Islamic religious authority in spearheading Awqaf activities. Professor Sudin was also the chairman of Awqaf Center of Federal Territory, and this center is responsible for managing and developing Awqaf in Federal Territory of Malaysia. He has spent 16 years of his life as an academician and was with University of Malaysia from 1989 to 2004. Prior to this appointment, Prof. Sudin has spent 13 years of his early employment years with Bank Bumi Putra Malaysia Berhad. He started his career as credit officer and left the bank with position of branch manager. Until date, he has been recognized as one of the world's renowned scholars in Islamic banking and finance and in business and management. He has published more than 10 books, 70 articles in international journals. Currently, Professor Sudin still keep abreast of his academic activities by becoming a special advisor and professor to University College Bestari, Terengganu. Last, Dr. Sudin was the founding CEO of Perbadanan Tabung Pendidikan Tinggi Nasional, PTPTN, and he was previously attached to Central Bank of Malaysia as a specialist in the Islamic Banking and Takaful Department from 2005 to 2006. 2007, he was appointed the Deputy Chief Executive of INCHIF, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance. Dato Prof. Dr. Sudin was also a consultant with the Asian Institute of Finance, an organization established by the BNM for the purpose of elevating human capital in Malaysian financial industry. Please let us welcome, ladies and gentlemen, join us in Banjarmasin, Datuk Prof. Dr. Sudin.
Professor
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Dr. Sudin Harun, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Assalamualaikum, how are you today?
Oh, I'm fine. Nice to be back to win Antasari Banjarmasin.
Oh,
I
very
was there.
nice.
Yeah, I was there before the Idil Adha,
Okay.
and then celebrating Idil Adha at Banjarmasin.
Oh, Masya Allah, he was celebrating Idul Adha terakhir di sini ya, Profesor Sudin. Thank you for allowing us to have your time today. Please, the time is yours, Professor Dr. Sudin. Thank you. Please give a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wassalatu wassalamu asyrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. First, let me share my screen with you.
Professor Dr. Sudin Harun is
Yeah.
going to be delivering Islamic entrepreneurship, a mechanism that develop and mobilize wealth efficiently and effectively.
I'm sharing a screen with you. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet, Professor.
Naim, tolong sikit. I'm sharing my slide with you, but somehow or other, okay, can
Yep.
you share my screen?
Yes. Yes, we can see the slide now.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Good.
Professor.
Yeah, good. Now let me start with the hadith of Rasulullah. Now, when someone pass away, the only thing that will assist him, number one, sadaqatul jariyah, number two, ilmu yang bermanfaat, and anak soleh yang mendoakan. So I'm 70 years old. Okay, not much time left. So that's why I like to share all my knowledge, and then hopefully by giving the talk today, some of you will remember, will listen to my speech and practice my advice. So that is my hope this morning.
Insya Allah, Profesor. Jadi mohon perhatikan baik-baik. Ini kata beliau sudah belum.
So this is my intention. Hopefully someone will benefit from my knowledge. Yep.
So, semoga semuanya dapat mendapatkan ilmu dari beliau dan harapannya itu menjadi amal jariah bagi beliau. Amin, amin ya Rabb. May you live a long life, Professor. Thank you.
Mi tak keluar mi second mi. Naim, mijap. I cannot go a page down. So let me thank you to Queen Antasari, especially my beloved friends, the deans, yeah, because during my visit to Antasari, I meet Dr. Sukarni. So I still remember that he will say, Dato, we will invite you someday to Antasari to share your knowledge. Of course, during this seminar, I am very happy to meet new learned friends from Brunei, Professor Zaki, also from, I think from Patani, Professor Wana, and also Professor Sayuti. Unfortunately, I did not meet you during my visit to Antasari. Now, the topic given to me is Islamic entrepreneurship mechanism that develop and mobilize well, efficiently, and effectively. Okay, this is a very important topic indeed. Of course, when I involved in managing wakaf in Malaysia, I always say the first thing to do is we need to develop wealth for the Muslim. If they don't have money, so how could they will give zakat or they will create wakaf if you don't have money? So because of that, it is better for us to inject some knowledge to the younger generation, that the younger generation for the Muslim should become a wealthy people. That is the reason why we have to mobilize well, efficiently, and effectively. That is the reason why I accepted the invitation, and I will speak about Islamic entrepreneurship. Now, do you know these people? Okay, these are the top 15 richest people on earth. Okay,
15 orang
15
terkaya sedunia.
on earth, ya, sedunia. You see, what are the lesson learned from this photo? Now, for your information, most of these people are involved in IT business. Number two, these people involved in financial business. And thirdly, most of these people are involved in real estate business. That is lesson that we learn. Okay, in IT business, in financial management business, and also real estate business. And also the lesson learned from this slide, you see only one woman in this photo. Okay, what? So for the girls over there, you must have some courage that you also want to become entrepreneurs. You also want to make a lot of money. Okay, so that your name or your photo will be appear there someday. Okay, this is in Malaysia. Okay, this is in Malaysia. Top richest person in Malaysia. Of course, most of these rich people are involved in real estate business as well as financial management business. They are bankers, also IT business. Okay. Now, what lesson you learn from the photo? Lesson number one, not even single Muslim in the list. Okay, not even single Malaysian Muslim on the list. Okay, now this is in Indonesia. Okay, this is in Indonesia. You see, I think you must know these people. I do not know them. I only know them by names. Of course, my friends told me, Dato, in the list, most of them are Chinese. And also, only one of two are Indonesian Muslim. I do not know because the name look familiar. All the name is, if in Malaysia, is Malay names. Only they said Hairul Tanjung, I think is an Indonesian Muslim. And I don't know about Tahir. I didn't know. You know very well. So, and this is top 8 richest Muslim in Malaysia. Okay, we occupy number 12. Syed Mohtar Al-Buhari occupied number 12, the richest person in Malaysia. The rest number 25, 31, 50, 33, 34, 40, 44, and 49. And one of the person in the list are now a bankrupt person because the business having problem. I'm not sure whether he still has a lot of money or not. Now, why I show you this photo? Because we should know most of the richest people on earth are non-Muslim. Okay, you must understand this fact. Now, question to ponder. You must have question on your mind. Number one, why some people are richer than others and why some are poor? You see, I think in the audience, the student in the audience, you must think, are you rich or are you poor? Is it your parents are rich or are you parents are poor? So why this happened? You must ask yourself, because historically I was born from poor parents. Okay, sometimes I couldn't eat rice during the day. This happened to me. Okay, sometimes you are unlucky, your parents are poor. So what should you do? Number two, what does it take to become richer than others? What does it take? Is it you have to working very hard, or you have to start business, or what? So you have to learn. You just Google the internet, how to become a richer people on earth. Okay, you have to, because now it's internet era. Everything inside you can Google. You ask Mr. Google or Uncle Google. He will tell you many things. Now, third one, what are the traits of the richest head? What are their traits? Are they very hardworking or are they lazy or what? So these are the character of the richest head. You have to study. And then lastly, do you think that people are rich because of their faith or they work for it? So you must understand, is it because our faith? I was born in the wooden spoon. I don't need to work because my father has a lot of money. Okay, if happened that way, you are lucky. But mind you, we did a study. Those who was born on the silver plate, the wealth will only last for third generation. Okay, I think you still remember emirate of UAE said, I was born and I ride a back of camel. Then my son drive a Mercedes. My grandson drive a Mercedes. And my great grandson will ride on the camel back again. You know what are the moral of the story? If you were born on the silver plate, if you are not lucky enough, if you don't have education enough, the wealth will run away. You will mismanage your wealth, and the wealth, your grandchildren will no longer enjoying the wealth, and they can become a beggar in their own country. Now, I always believe in order for us to change our life, we should become an entrepreneur. That's why the moderator during the, when they want to introduce me during the introduction, they said that I'm entrepreneur and I have my own business. I have my own business. I'm still doing the thing that I like most. I'm writing a book. I'm supervising PhD student because I like many things in this world. I like become academician. I like to do business, and I like to have my own farm because now I'm attending my 6 acres durian tree farm. Okay, I am enjoying that. So the question, what is entrepreneur and what is entrepreneurship? We have to know this in order for us to know how to mobilize wealth on earth. Okay. Now, entrepreneur is very simple. An entrepreneur is an individual who creates and invests in one or more businesses, bearing most of the risk and enjoying most of the rewards. So these are the basic definition of entrepreneurs. You can ask Mr. Google. So that means you can become entrepreneur. Okay, you can set up your own business. But many people scared to set up their own business because they are afraid to take risks. They are scared to take risks. But if your business succeeds, you will enjoy of the reward. Okay, that is some definition of entrepreneurs. So the second definition also quite a similar thing. It is someone who has idea and to create a product and services that people will buy, as well as organization to support the effort. So they take most of the risk, but they will enjoy the reward. This is a basic definition if you learn entrepreneurship from the book written by Western people. Again, I repeat, these are the definition given by the Western people. I do not know whether you at Antasari, when you study Wira Usaha, whether you are using Western book or not. If you are using Western book, these are the general or common definition given by them. Now, word entrepreneurship always come together with entrepreneurs. Now, entrepreneurship is the act of creating a business or businesses while bearing all the risks with the hope of making profit. So, entrepreneurship is act of creating business, or in other words, it is what suppose you do. What are the action to be taken? That's entrepreneurship. Okay, so entrepreneurship is the pursuit of creating, managing, and scaling a business and taking calculated risk. So this you can see from Mr. Google. So it is very simple. Entrepreneurs is a person. Entrepreneurship is the act of creating or is the process. Okay, this is the very simple definition. If you uphold the definition, you will not get wrong. Now, this is common traits of billionaires. Okay, this is the common traits of people who make a lot of money. Okay, you can see or you can ask Mr. Google. Number one, you have desire for money and success. You want to have a lot of money and you want to become a successful person. Remember, I'm telling you this, and you must remember, I'm telling this. In this world, 95% of a person is those who will not become a successful people. Okay, they will always waiting other people to tell them what to do. So 95%, but 5% will work hard, and they have entrepreneurial mindset, they have work ethic, they have ability, they have creativity, they have the ability to motivate others. They always say, I'm not satisfied, I want more. And then they're willing to take risks, and then they are hyper focused and always want to help others. So they have big picture thinking. So if those inside the room, if you are the student, if your mindset, I want to work in Banjarmasin, that means what? You don't have a big picture thinking. If you have a big picture thinking, you always say, I want to become a minister or president of Republic Indonesia. This is the bigger mindset, okay? Or I want to become the person who have a big business, or I can help others, giving employment to others. That is the traits of billionaire, okay? You must remember. Then I put the question, does an entrepreneur is born by birth, or we need to create and develop this person? Okay, the answer is entrepreneurs is not born by birth. We can create entrepreneurs and we can develop entrepreneurs. That's the reason why Indonesia now they have Campus Merdeka, they have a Wira Usaha program. They want the student to learn how to do business. All these things is they want to create a new breed of people and can become entrepreneurs. We still remember the first speaker said, the first hindrance or challenge uh, in this world or in Brunei, in Indonesia or in Malaysia is changing mindset. Okay, I agree with him because I read the book during my MBA days, The Wealth of the Nation. The book says, if we take all the wealth from the rich people in America, we distribute equally to all people, and then the next 5 years, the richer still become richer again. The poor people will still remain a poor people. So that's why I'm agree with the Professor Zaki. Changing mindset is not an easy thing to do. Okay, it's a difficult thing to do. Now, of course, if you become entrepreneurs, you will enjoy this life. Okay, entrepreneurs are enjoying their life. Number one, they have a lot of money, they have expensive car, they live in bungalows, they have a lot of jewelries, and they can go holiday on the Star Cruise, and they have their own private jet. Let me share you the story. You know Wakil President Yusuf Kala, right? I think you still remember Pak JK. And then Pak JK has a brother-in-law, very close to me, Pak Aksa Mahmud. He owned Bosawa Taxi and many other things. Now, during my meeting with him, because he knew that I plant Musang King and Blackthorn durian, and he told me, Pak Profesor Dato, saya kalau pingin makan Musang King, saya naik private jet saya ke Kuala Lumpur, saya makan Musang King, kemudian saya pulang ke Indonesia semula. So these are the life that the rich people enjoy. They can do many things what they want to do. Okay, so up to you. You want to become rich, you want to have this, you should have a dream to become one of them. Now, of course, we Muslim, we like to have this dream. If you don't have this dream, you are not a normal people. You are not a normal person. Number one, of course, we are Muslim. Someday we want to perform our Hajj. We want to go to Mecca. We want to go to Medina. We want to visit the tomb of our Prophet Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Okay, this is our dream. Many of us have a dream. But of course, if you don't have money, now you register with Indonesian Tabung Haji, how long it takes for you to go to Mecca? I know in Malaysia, if we register now, it takes 30 years from the first day of we open an account to go to Hajj. It takes 30 years. Now, I don't know in Indonesia, but if you have a lot of money, you can go to Mecca at your own sweet time, because they have the special arrangement for rich people, but you must pay a lot of money to go to Mecca. Okay, that is the dream number one. Of course, we have a dream that we will take care our beloved parents. Okay, all of us, we want to make our parents happy. Okay, we also want that whatever our parent wants, we can give to them. This is dream of us. Okay, unless you are anak derhaka, but if you are a good daughter or son, you always have a dream, because in our life, if we don't take care our parents, you don't have a barakah in your life. So whatever you do later on, you don't have barakah. So it is our dream to take care our parents and our beloved next of kin. Now, of course, we want to have money, okay, because by having money, we can do wakaf, we can do zakat to have the poor. Also, we also want to have our own religious school. We want to have our own cafes. We also want to have your own pesantren. Okay, it is a nice thing to have all those things. Also, we want to build a house for orphanage for the poor kids. We want to do that. Okay, and of course, as a man, you want to have to follow the footstep of the photo, the man with the four wives, left and right, two and two. So many men also dream of that. So this is a dream of many of us. Okay, we want to go to Mecca to become a good Muslim. We want to have our parents. We also want to sadaqah, charity, all those things. Build pesantren or tafis, and then build also the house for the orphanage. All this our dream, because this will have us to go to Jannah. Okay, this is our dream. Now, of course, now I'm talking about what is Islamic entrepreneurs, what is Islamic entrepreneurship. If you read or understand what I want to tell you, is totally different with the definition given by the Western textbook. Okay, it is totally different. Now, who is Islamic entrepreneurs? So I said, is a devoted Muslim that continuously search, develop, and make full use of Allah's bounties for the betterment of himself, his family, communities, and other creatures in accordance to Al-Quran and Sunnah. This is the definition of Islamic entrepreneurs. So if you want to involve in business, you want to become entrepreneurs, you must remember this. Is a devoted Muslim that continuously search. The word continuously, it never stops. search, develop, and make full use of Allah's bounties for the betterment of himself, his family, communities, and other creatures in accordance to Al-Quran and Sunnah. Okay, Now, Islamic entrepreneurship is quite different. So I'm sorry, it is I'm using the statement up there, but Islamic entrepreneurship, it is a simple one. It is a way of creating wealth, is a way of creating wealth, and then the rest is same thing. Yeah, it is a way of creating wealth on earth in accordance to Al-Quran and Sunnah. So these are the two important things. Now, I am always done. Now, why we should become entrepreneurs? This is for Muslim. Why we should become entrepreneurs? Number one, reason number one, this is three reasons that you must remember. Number one, do you know that to Allah belongs dominion of the heavens and the earth? And you have not beside Allah any protector or any helper. The simple definition that everything on earth is belong to Allah. Must know that it's belong to Allah. So because we Muslim, we believe in Allah, so we should know everything on earth belong to Allah, not to others. It is belong to Allah. And number two, He who created for you all of that which is on earth. Now, He created all the bounties to whom? Is it to non-Muslim or to whom? It is to Muslim. He who created for you all of that which is on the earth. So that means the principle number one, everything on earth belongs to Allah. And number two, Allah created whatever on earth belong to Muslim people, not to non-Muslim. So why suddenly non-Muslim become rich and we are become poor? We are poor because we are not following the Al-Quran and Hadith. We are not exposed to this statement. Okay, we read Quran, but we do not know the meaning. So that's the reason why many Muslims are not working hard. Many Muslims don't want to become entrepreneurs. Okay, and number three, but seek through that which Allah has given you the home of the hereafter, and do not forget your share on the world. Okay, now number one, belong to Allah. Number two, Allah created the wealth to us. And number three, Allah said, you search my wealth. Okay, don't forget your share on the world. And Allah don't like corruption in the land. Don't mischief the land. But you see, that's why suddenly we have SDG. And one of the reason SDG, that sustainability and do not mischief, do not do erosion, do not do pollution on earth. So this everything stated in Al-Quran. So if we follow all this rule, so easy for us to achieve SDG. Now,
2 minutes, Professor.
now, if you want to achieve your dream? Okay, this is you must remember. You must have a dream or objective in life. If you don't have your dream, you don't have objective in life, you are finished. You will belong to the 95% of people on earth. Okay? Have nothing, no dream, no nothing, and stay in poverty. Number two, you can clearly visualize your dream. Okay. Number three, you must have trust and faith that you can achieve your dream. And then number four, you can cultivate healthy self-image and positive mental attitude. And number five, you must be willing to work hard. And then number six, you must never surrender and lose hope. Lastly, you must always remember that the concept Nahi Munkar Amar Ma'ruf. So now, before I stop, okay, let me ask you, how many of you, you see in every slide, I put phone number. It is purposely that I put the phone number. I want to see how many of you copy my phone number. If you don't copy my phone number, that means what? You will come to the seminar and then you listen. And when you go out from the seminar, you will forget. So that's why I'm putting my phone number so that you can copy. If you want to learn more, you want to have knowledge, entrepreneurship knowledge from me, you just where are me? Just say, Dato Professor, I want to learn more. I want to learn more. Can you share your knowledge, everything? So that I'm not asking your money, but so that I dapat pahala for my life hereafter. So with that note, thank you again, Pak Sukarni. Also, I should thank Mbak Rohana because she was the one always communicating with me day and night, asking for anything she wanted to know. So of course, Madam Moderator, with that note, I hand over to you. And I'm more than happy if anybody from the room want to have a question, anything, just WhatsApp me. I will answer, hopefully. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hopefully someday I can go to Patani and also Brunei as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sudin Harun from Saito University College, Malaysia. Thank you so much, Professor. We really appreciate your sense of humor, your energy, and your unique ability to put our audience in the auditorium understand what it is and what it is an entrepreneur and the practical insights to the topic. That was the presentation from Professor Dr. Sudin Harun. Jadi tadi sedikit tentang generasi yang sekarang ya, bagaimana sebaiknya kita itu harus bisa kaya ya. Jadi sebaiknya kita involve di beberapa sektor yang sudah Profesor paparkan tadi, mencontohkan daripada tokoh-tokoh global maupun nasional di sektor IT, finansial, kemudian real exchange, yaitu perdagangan real. Bagaimana kita harus menjadi seorang entrepreneur dan bisa bertanya gitu kan, bertanya diri sendiri gitu, question to ponder, kenapa sebagian, apakah itu takdir, apakah born by birth, atau itu bisa dikembangkan, develop, dan it does take some skill study ya untuk develop and become richer. Dan entrepreneur itu sendiri, mereka menciptakan value, mereka memenuhi kebutuhan pasar, market, and they live a long-lasting legacy that lasts for generations. Jadi kata Prof, kalau kita nggak bisa itu, nanti kita bisa jadi peminta atau beggar di negara sendiri. Entrepreneur tadi dijelaskan sebagai individual yang membuat sesuatu, creates business or invest in business, bearing the risk, tentunya mengetahui resiko dan enjoying most of the reward. Jadi lebih banyak reward ya. Kemudian entrepreneurship itu tadi the pursuit of creating and managing scaling business by taking calculated risk. Artinya kita mempersu mendatangkan mengolah sesuatu dan memanage dan scale it up untuk mengambil resiko yang terukur ya dengan cara inovatif. Tadi beberapa teman-teman ketahui mungkin ada top trade tadi yang sudah disampaikan Profesor, antara lain being insatiable for money and success, the mindset, empathy, work ethic, the ability to lead, tadi menjadi leader to motivate others, the constant dissatisfaction atas status quo, dan coachability atau the hyper focus and knowing the big picture of things. Semoga dengan paparan Prof. Sudin tadi kita semuanya bisa menjadi entrepreneur atau seorang entrepreneur sejati sebagai devoted Muslim yang continuously searches, develop, and make use, tadi kata Pak Prof, untuk Allah's bounty for the betterment of himself, his family, his community, and other creatures in accordance with Al-Quran dan Sunnah. Amin, amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Next, we will open question and answer session. For anyone in the auditorium or the online Zoom meeting participants, please raise your hand if you have a question for Professor Dr. Sudin Harun. Anyone would like to ask the question? Please raise your hand. Now we have one in the audience, please. We have two. Okay, so we will take two questions for now. You may come up to the stage. Please come to the stage. Thank you. The mic is right there. Thank you. Please, your question. You may ask your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before that, I give thanks to moderator to give me the times for the question. Before that, I want to introduce myself. I am Muhammad Yunis Azhar. I come from Banjarmasin and I study in Islamic economics. Thank you. I have two questions. First, for Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Jaini, the question is, I have heard about zakat, and then I have hearing from him, there is the infrastructure in Malaysia. He is taken from the zakat, and we know there is the particularity of what we can give zakat. There is particularly. Then how can that state do the zakat for the infrastructure? I know the zakat for the poor man or for the yatim or the piatu, like that. My question, how can that state make the zakat for the infrastructure? And what is dalil for that? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So one question again for Dato Professor Dr. Sulaiman Haram. The question is, what is the strategic for the young era to be the Islamic entrepreneur or the rich people in the next era? Maybe just that. I'm Dimisko Azhar. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. One more question we will get from the online participant. From the online participant, please.
Masih.
Dipersilakan kepada Deti, partisipan dari online Zoom meeting untuk dapat menyampaikan pertanyaannya. You're on cam, you may ask your question.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So my question is for Dato Professor Dr. Sudin Haran. Before that, can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Before I ask my question, my name is Eka Mutia Salsabila from the Islamic Banking Department, class 2021, Faculty of Economics and Islamic Business, Antasari State Islamic University Banjarmasin. Okay, my question is, what is the influence of the development of the digital era on the implementation of Sharia entrepreneurship? Is it still effective? Because in global competition, digitalization is prone to fraud. Okay, that's it. My question. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That is the two questions that Professor Dr. Sudin Harun will answer from. Unfortunately, Mr. Azhar, Dr. M. Zaki is having trouble with his jaringan right now, so we'll skip that. For the time being, we will answer Professor Dr. Sudin Harun. Your question was, what's the strategy for the young era to be Islamic entrepreneurs? Thank you. Professor? The second question was from Ms. Eka Mutia Salsabila, Professor, and it was on the fraud on technology. I think it's called cybersecurity issues now, and why the technology is very much fragile to be used in fraud. Thank you, Professor. We'll be waiting for your answer. Professor Dr. Sudin Harun, are you still there with us? Unfortunately, we currently lost Professor, but I think he will be back shortly. So with that, we will start the delivery of the materials in our session 2. The third speaker, the honorable speaker for today, is the beautiful Miss Wana Mina Boston Ali, Assistant Professor in Business Administration, Faculty of Management Sciences, at Prince of Songkla University, and she will be delivering her material on Muslim-friendly tourism. She received her Bachelor in Mass Communication, Public Relations, and Journalism in University of Southern Queensland, then her MBA or Master of Business Administration and International Business and Project Management in the same alma mater. In 2017, she gained her doctorate in Business Administration, Management of Information Systems at Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia. Her professional work experience started as a lecturer in Prince of Songkla University, Thailand, in the Faculty of Management Sciences since 2017 up until present. She had also been in the media industry, namely at Brody Digital Media, Southern Berhad, as Head of Customer Support, Business Development Manager, and Project Manager. She was also the appointed Public Relations Officer at the Institute of Public Relations Malaysia throughout 2007-2012, while conducting casual lecturing in Green City International College, Malaysia. Her portfolio includes currently 13 articles in Darfur journals, 34 publications, 3 funded grants, textbook writer, also sits as several editorial board and journal reviewer. Please welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Wanamina Bosan Ali from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Does everybody hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you.
I would like to thank you for all the introductions, and it's pretty good introduction. I might need that note from you. Thank you very much. First thing first, yes, that's me, Wanamina Boston Ali. Currently, I am a lecturer at Prince of Songkla University. At the scope of the presentations today that I received from Professor Zaki, which pretty much like what my specialty nowadays, although I graduated from Doctor of Business Administrations, but my I would say the current interest of the research and also many other projects that are involved, it's pretty much all about the business travel and also the tourism and hospitality, and of course that's going to touch on the halal and also the Muslim friendly practice as well. Okay, so therefore right now I have numbers of the publications and also some of the knowledge at this point. And recently the concept and philosophy of the sustainability is brought into of all our studies at Faculty of Management Science, Prince of Songkla University, as part of our mission, as part of our strategic planning of all our curriculum. So sustainability is considered like, if I compare with food, I would say it's some sort of like a main ingredient, which is, I believe, main ingredient in Indonesia or Malaysia is more to like sambal. Is that right? Like a sambal. So if without sambal, your food might not be yummy as much. So therefore, the sustainability, it's something like a mass of all projects, of all the organizations, and whatever practice we do, we must embed the sustainability, and SDGs as, of course, work very well as the indicators, as the criteria for us to move our organization and practice accordingly. So without further ado, I would like to start with my presentation, the topic of the opportunities of Thai MICE industry in Muslim business travelers market. But this one will be in supporting throughout the SDGs. So as you already know, yeah, in Thailand here, but let me start with the Muslim tourists as overview. That I'm just saying that it's the world, the tourism industry is like the world fastest growing, basically the industries, yeah, which we know that everybody have to travel, but either travel as a business traveler or as a leisure traveler. Yes. So in our Thailand here, as considered like a top destination, so we segment into these two big group of the traveler. Okay, that's why I will emphasize on the business traveler part at this point. Okay, because it very much need SDG to frame our tourism sector at this point. Okay, since most of Muslim tourists seek for destination where the tourism products and services satisfy our faith and our faith base, right? And when it comes to Thailand, which is people still like looking in as a Buddhist country, yes, you look at Thailand as part of like a great destination, but yeah, when it comes to Muslim like us, we will stay put at the point that where we're supposed to go, what we're supposed to eat, what is halal, what is not, this kind of thing. We always have that in conscious when you guys come to Thailand. Yes. So therefore, as one of a Thai Muslim and also academia myself, and used to be the industry myself that have a full empathize on this halal tourism industry. So therefore, I try to collect with experience and also the studies, and I will share to you what I know for today. Okay. So I will provide like an overview of the dynamic of the Muslim-friendly tourism with a particular focusing on the policies a little bit, okay, and also the potential of Thailand in accommodating Muslim-friendly tourism market. So you guys can share to others that, hey, boleh come to Thailand, boleh lah, okay na. So also throughout my sharing, also will share about the point that where although there are a lot of strength in Thailand needs to improve in halal and Muslim friendly, but in SDG aspect as well, how Thailand try to strengthen, okay, the potential in the global halal tourism industry. Okay, all right. Okay, so here I'd like to share to you that according to the SDG 2022, that SDG index, Thailand has been ranked in the first place among of all ASEAN countries. So in this rank of 44 out of 163 countries, at this point, we very proud. We were proud that SDGs are, of course, share global goals, right, by United Nations. We work very hard during COVID-19 crisis. We try to utilize the concept of SDG to move forward and push forward a lot of practice here. Thailand has done pretty well, okay, with no poverty, as you can see, the number raised, right? No poverty goal, we achieved that. We've done a very good job on that. And if you're looking into the tracking of all SDG in this slide here, okay, you can see that, can I point? I can't point, you can't see my pointer, yeah? Okay, that's fine. But look into the SDG 1, which is the green color there. We work very hard with that, and what we done followed by is about the environment and the clean water, sanitation, decent work, responsible consumption, and also production. These considered like a main indicator, main index for the SDGs that Thailand tries so hard to uplift our infrastructure, our society, and our environment. And we done in certain level. I wouldn't say it's perfect at this point, but yes, we done it. And of course, we try to cater with all our population, whoever live here, even resident as well, and also for the tourism side. So at this point, you know that halal, right? When it comes to halal, when it comes to Muslim friendly, because of our belief, our practice, and what it actually stated in Quran about the hygiene, which number one that we have to emphasize on, right? When we leave, we have to stay on the hygiene. So that is why for the non-Muslim in Thailand, start value the halal products, the halal practice as well, all right? So when they start value at this point, it make them realize that with the certification also, because in Thailand there are numbers of I would say non-certified, and try to highlight that they are halal, but because of them not so many, so that's why certification is a must. Okay, so therefore many non-Muslim entrepreneurs, SME businesses, they will start applying and deploy the halal practice. So you have to rest well, yeah. When it comes to coming to Thailand right now, our halal and Muslim market start expanding because of this. SDG really help a lot as well. Okay, so as you know, Thailand is received the 44th ranking in the world by United Nations latest SDG report here. As you know that the as of 44, it's considered like a top, so that's why our promotion, our SDG promotion, is getting viral here in all sectors, okay, that we have to have a spillover all over, either in the whole supply chains as well, have to embed the sustainability in their organization and the company. Okay, so many Thai corporations have also been making effort to become more sustainable in their business practice, okay, and value, of course, the halal practice at the same time. Okay, so economic development was part of the assessment as well, which we look at the 17, right? We have the SDG 17, which cover the human development, environment, peace, justice, partnership for development, right? So SDG 17 is like a trend. I think it's like a trend. You can't really live without partner, because you can create a more impact with partner and share resources with partner. That's more better, right? In better way, but we have to look into the halal partners somehow. Yes. Okay, so at the report also mentioned that we have achieved at 74.13, I think, and we try again to beat the neighbor country. That's what we always benchmark. Just share you a bit that we try to beat Singapore. You already know that we try to use the benchmarking. Even your country as well, Indonesia, Malaysia, it's our closest neighbors. So we try to look up after each other. So that's why so we can move forward together. Okay, at this point, a little bit of a stat and graph here. Okay, as Thailand aiming to become a top destination for Muslim tourists, right? We like to be like a top Muslim tourist destination in 2027. How many years from now? Anybody can do fast math. We try. Our current government try our best to move forward to the Muslim tourist destination. Okay. We try to promote our Thai kingdom. Oh, they use the word Thai kingdom at this point, that we try to focus on improving quality and tourism operators to meet the international standard. Currently, the market share of different field in halal industry in Thailand, we are projected that at this coming year, 2024, we try to go after the Islamic finance, like what Professor Zaki mentions, that how we can create some sort of policy and in all sector, which we look at of course, is involved with the biggest sector of halal industry, which is like a halal food, even food and beverage, because these are something we consume, what we eat, and also we have to get a partnership from Islamic finance in order to move forward together in terms of investment part. We try to engage all parties to support the industries to make it more halal and Muslim friendly tourism, and even halal pharmaceutical and halal cosmetic as well. We all things logistic too. You must know that logistic in Thailand is very still very losing. Sometimes they deliver Grab food via the Grab as well, the Grab in Thailand. Grab food deliver babi kan, pork, and after that, a next order it's Muslim. It's order from the Muslim restaurant. That's something like, what we gonna do when we receive this kind of what do you call tinted delivery service like this, right? So at this point, sure, Thailand have to have a lot of improvement and also get support from the all relevant party at this point as well. This is a little bit of pictures of the Muslim, which as a majority of the Muslim consumer in the market. You must know it's mostly the Muslim millennial. I believe at the hall over there as well, I see so many young people over there in that hall as well, that you are a Muslim millennial traveler for sure. Okay. So you consider like a majority as a whole worldwide tourism population. So that's why when it comes to in the aspect of Thailand, we try to serve of course majority as first, and also the Muslim millennial plus the family. Okay, so at this picture, I just try to point out that they are majority which Muslim millennial. Based on the I believe most of you using credit card. Yes, you're using a credit card when you travel. Yes, so we receive mostly the populations of the traveler who use the credit card and spend a lot of money. We track from the statistic of the MasterCard, and mostly young generation Y, a little bit of generation X, the one who spend money during the travel, especially in Thailand. I just try to pull the numbers of Muslim travelers in Thailand, which of course at the area of improvement in Thailand, we look at the technologies. We create a lot of apps for you to accommodate and facilitate you how to search the halal and Muslim restaurant nearby, or the activities that you guys can join. I'm pretty sure you like the fresh or street food and market, but street food in Thailand also have a mixture of non-halal. So we create a lot of this kind of technology apps, or the chat bots, or even the Facebook community for the halal Muslim as well. Okay, so this is all sort of masterclass. What do you call that one? Stacks a little bit, yeah. So it's a moving, it's really growing, as you can see that Muslim millennial invade the world tourism industry, right? It's very much growing and very fast. If you divide by the demographic segment by religion, many people will say at the same time the Muslim tourist market is very hot and exciting market. Even in Hat Yai, we are right now, I am locating at Hat Yai. Anybody know Hat Yai? Hat Yai, Songkhla, Thailand. Which one of the destination that we have very close with the Malaysia border, Kelantan. Okay, Professor Sudin, have you ever come here at Kelantan, at Songkhla, Thailand, or Thailand through Kelantan?
I always go to Hat Yai.
Yeah, okay, that's good. You come to Hat Yai before, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. So right now, if you come again, okay, it's not so much different than how you look at like a Malaysian community here. You look right, you look left, you found Malaysian everywhere. Because border open after COVID, everyone just come through the border, like million within 3 months. Okay, so 7-Eleven start having the refrigerator that have only halal food already, and you guys like to stop at 7-Eleven before you go back to the border. So this is some sort of the movement that in Thailand we try to serve more for Muslims, okay? Because of the trend, because of the population go crazy as well right now. And a little bit of the concept there because of the as you can see here, the trend of the majority of the millennial, we try to understand in order to serve you better. You, me as well, I'm also millennial too. Okay, serve us better. Okay, because you guys more too flexible. Okay, you have a flexibility. Of course, you're looking into halal local cuisine, and then you're looking to the destination and discovery something new, sightseeing and all that. So when we know about this, something that can be affordable for you, and also the accommodation, you of course we're not into the luxury, but you're looking into the economicals and also fair place to stay, fair price to stay, the average, right? And also the transportation, you like some adventures a little bit, yeah? So this sort of thing, we done the study as a customer persona, okay? Found that the Muslim, okay, customer persona like this. So therefore, all the government sector, the public sector, even our education sector, try to come out with a lot of platform to serve you at this point. So that's why I just try to emphasize that if you want to come to Thailand, jangan takut, okay, you can come, all right, you can come, but you have to watch out. You have to really looking into the certified places, try to search the app first, the application, try to do a little bit of research where you like to go, because I'm pretty sure if you found a good route, okay, where you go, which journey you go, I'm pretty sure you're gonna enjoy Thailand more, okay? So in the five Thai halal products, share a little bit about that, mostly for ladies. Okay, of course, we have a very fashionable, or how to say closet, and also the food we call as a gastronomy tourism. Okay, in Thailand, we are very outstanding at the gastronomy tourism. But the study of the halal gastronomy tourism is ongoing and very hot as well. It's a hot topic for the research. As a researcher myself, later I will share to you about the institution that try to serve the halal gastronomy tourism. Okay, and also we're looking into the halal medicine. Okay, you come to Hat Yai, you come to Songkhla here, we have a hospital, a good hospital under our Prince of Songkhla University. And this hospital, of course, we have many others private hospital beside Prince of Songkhla University in Hat Yai. And if you notice, if you come here, there are numbers of facilities, numbers of services catered for Muslim, okay? And even start having the interpreter in Arabic as well for the Bangkok Hat Yai Hospital. They already have a trainer, okay, attending a lot of what you call a training about the international relation practice, like how to serve the international foreigners, this and that, and the language as well. They add on Mandarin and Arabic language there. Of course, the Bahasa, I'm pretty sure because you guys can speak English as well, but Bahasa will be embedded alongside with the Arabic too, okay? So this is something I like to proud to say also, that although Thailand, as you can see, we are calling ourselves as a non-OIC destination. Okay, the we're not under Islamic Council because everybody said it's a Buddhist country, it's a Thai country, something like that. It's a non-halal country. So we are at the consider like a in ranking like most of the top as well. But yet everyone around the world, including yourself, also will come to Thailand for travel. So at this point, it leads us to create a lot of infrastructure, the peak body, the supporters, okay, to make sure we cater the traveler who coming to non-OIC destination. And of course, we have looking into the best practice, okay. If at some point, if that organization or the business unable to receive the halal certified, but if their practice anything that serve the Muslim friendly with no haram, they can name themselves as they can name themselves as a Muslim friendly services or Muslim friendly I would say like a restaurant, places, location. Okay, they can make use of this terminology. All right. You can see here our Thailand. Here we have strength and weakness to share to you. We have our strength that Thai service sector distinct and diverse. And Thailand clearly has an organization support the halal industry, such as TCEP. Especially for the business traveler, Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau, or we call TCEP, they have a pillar. Right now, they branch out from the pillar that they have to serve the halal and Muslim tourism. I will show you later what they done. One of the pieces they done later in my another slide. And Thailand also have potential in the development of the halal industry, both in terms of products and services, which is of course we call ourselves as a world kitchen, or some of you call a world kitchen as well, but not world kitchen as a halal kitchen yet. But we try our best to achieve that. And Thailand has a strong cooperation with the foreign countries. SDG 17, all right? And Halal Institute, we have in Prince of Songkhla University, we have Halal Institute because this is part of our mission. In Prince of Songkhla University, we have a motto called "Our soul is benefits of mankind." So this mankind is served for all mankind. So one of our strategies objective, we call strategic objective, is to serve halal industry, to help out the Muslim community. Okay, and we also have excuse me, we also have Chulalongkorn University. I believe some of you heard of this Chulalongkorn University, and we work side by side as well with Chulalongkorn University. Nonetheless, weakness, we also have weakness, and a big weakness as well, that we are still developing the halal services in Thailand, as I keep on saying that, trying our best to serve the consumer about the protection system overall, not yet strong at this point. And then Thailand also still lack of personnel who have the expertise in halal certification. But at this point, I will share to you in another slide that our PSU Halal Institute try to help out at this point, the creating the expertise, okay? And Thailand also have lack of data, systematic halal industry. We don't know exact data as in, but now we're relying on the research. Mostly will come from the research from institution. This is our national networking. As you must know, we have so many peak body. Besides TCEP just now, we also have the Federation of Thai Industries, the one who on board with the Muslim friendly and halal tourism as well, and the Thai Chamber of Commerce, Tourism Council of Thailand, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Industry, and Ministry of Tourism and Sport. And also that we have a higher education, research and innovation, which is us, Prince of Songkhla University, and also many other university as well. And we have the Office of the National Economic Social Development Council, and we have Thai Industry Standard Institute. Another thing about the standard here, it's very important. It's like a trend as well that every organization in Thailand must stick with the standards, must have a logo, must have something stick on there that's showing that you passed, you already have a what do you call certified, you're being above average at this point. And the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standard. So, and the Southern Border Provincial Administration Center. And this one, I have to say big thank you to Southern Border Province Administrative Center, because they're the one who work very close with the community and society here, and they work very close with the Islamic Council in each of the province, and they have a very good activities, like a routine, like every month or something like that. They will meet the Islamic Council and organize some activities that really useful and support the Muslim community together. Okay, and this is our Halal institution. This is the logo of our Halal institution, Prince of Songkhla University. We work very big network, Professor Sadin. We actually using a lot of connection. This one not update, yeah. Actually, we have more. Right now, we start partner with the Saudi Arabia Ministry of Education as well, even UAE as well. If you search Facebook of a Halal Institute, you will see like every week there will be like some sort of a activities that related to the Middle East partner, okay, to come out with the projects that support our Muslim community and also halal industry in Thailand. This is just one of the example of the project. It's like a flagship project that Halal Institute must organize like every year. Okay, every year called World Habit. Okay, it's stand for the Halal Asia Pacific Exhibition Center. For the annual mega event, we have to organize this pretty much to serve the whole Southern Thailand as a main. But of course, we will spill over as a countrywide, as a national contribution as well. We try to align with SDG, of course, and meet of all the SDG, which I segment here for the SDG for people, planet, and environment, and also partnerships and peace and justice. Okay, so at these opportunities, which I would say it's opportunities platform for expanding the halal industry and Muslim-friendly tourism. At this point, Muslim-friendly, I think it's a business tourism in particular, because we bring in the business from all over the world to come in and do a lot of business matching. Okay, we have a business matching, we have seminars, we have keynote speaker, we have academia come over to here. Similar to what the Chulalongkorn doing as well. Okay, every year we do that. And this is another piece that our Halal institution try to do as well, to push forward about the Muslim-friendly as build the personnel, build the army, the one who be organizer. Because in Thailand, there are many activities, many meetings, many convention, exhibition, and incentive travel, okay, that serve the businesses from others, from even in Thailand and also in overseas, right? But as a OIC country, as a non-Muslim country, this is what we have to do. Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau come out with many trainings and come out with a manual. On the right here, it's called the manual. I want to write. Can I write? Can I write in here? Here. This one, it's like a manual on how to serve the as an organizer, how to organize the halal service. But as I said that halal and Muslim friendly is distinct. We have two manual that serve differently. If it's halal services, it's actually must have everything based on what Quran state and very strict at that point. But if it's Muslim friendly, there will be a little bit of flexibility with no certification for some venue that serve business traveler coming in. Like I give you example. Our PSU, Prince of Songkhla University, have convention, a very big convention, biggest convention in southern Thailand actually. And our convention organize even every week, organize a convention or exhibition like every week. And this, we have a logo of TCEP here, right? Which as a main supporter. And they, how to say, pin the manual. Okay, they create the manual, make they actually encourage every venue, every organization who organize the events, okay, as organizers, to use this manual as a must. Okay. Otherwise, when they claim as in they serve Muslim friendly, if there is some auditing coming in by TCEP, it will be something. All right. So therefore, the manual will be really matter. So of course, having manual here, but they also have to pass the training. You have to go through the training, a day or two training session. Then you receive the certifications that you pass the training of become the MICE organizer, Muslim friendly MICE organizer. Then you will have a manual at your venue as well, and then you're being audited a certain period of time. I would say 1 year or something like that. Okay, whether or not you still practice as Muslim friendly service provider or not. You see, this is something that we're trying our best to do that. And of course, as an education institution, and also as you can see many faces here, okay, these are the key person from the industry as well, which is the middle one is our dean there, and we have president there, we have a halal institution director, and we have the government minister, and we have the president of Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau. So we use the SDG 17, 16, 4 and 5 as a frame. Okay, make sure we meet and fulfill all this frame. Okay. Here, this is another thing that I like to share, that if we're talking about just now our weakness, okay, our weakness is we have lack of manpower who understand the halal and Muslim services and practice, right? So halal institutions already have, I think this is the 4th batch of the student at this non-degree courses. Is already 4th batch. We done this, and I myself is one of the I say the curriculum committee, and teach myself as well. I teach there as well. So what we do is we try to open the courses for all learner. Okay, this is like a promote to everyone here as well, that if you're interested. What is the lecture now still in Thai, but we try to develop, of course, we have to improve to English version. We manage together of all our partners, our cluster and network, many important peak bodies that professionals coming in as experts to teach the train. And the lesson will cover all about the halal management system in all aspects. Just now, Professor Sudin also present about the entrepreneurial, and yes, we have one of the lesson. Maybe I will contact you to invite you to join our one of the lesson as well. This is very, very useful information that you have. Our students should understand that too, because at the end of the training session, student must become, the graduate attribute is become a halal certified professional. Okay, this person have to become a person who the industry want to hire, and be in the division of like a consult and also like a HR basically, or like a policy maker that create or I didn't want to use the create, that manage their company, their businesses in the halal or Muslim friendly practice. Okay, so we need a person who doing that in Thailand, because there are many, as you know, there are many non-Muslim all over, right? So that's why our Muslim community is still minority. So therefore we will train this superhero. You see this the pictures of these guys. This is the first batch. The first batch, and the second batch is actually much more, 40 students. We have now up to 50 students per batch now. And these students, I don't call students, sorry, they are learners, because they are from the industry side. They're from factories, they're from hospital, they're from hotels. Okay, those organizations send them to study with us, receive our knowledge, and try to be a professional, halal certified professional, like that. Yeah.
If you
Okay,
have
so
1 or
if
2 minutes left,
sorry.
you have 1 or 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Sure, I almost finished my part. So this is the pictures of my class. Okay, so you can see this group of the student. This is the last batch. This is the latest batch. My class, we have female and male, but all of them, to be honest, and I want to emphasize about equality here a little bit. All of them here have a great knowledge, and they actually selected by the government. They are actually scholarship students from the government. They're graduated from Jordan, graduated from UAE. Okay, in this class, it's like a golden class of mine that we receive a top-notch student. These are Thai students, yeah, Thai students who study overseas. And they come in when I share about, whatever knowledge I share to them, they can integrate, they can actually collab and talk and share about their perspective very well. And especially for the ladies, become a great leader in that class as well. And that's what we try to do. Okay. And when we do a grouping, we do not actually distinct a man or female and male. There's no judgment at that point. And more or less, when it comes to knowledge, okay, we all open up as a workshop and share the session. It was great. And most of the students in that class, okay, will definitely being appointed a job after the session, after the certification as well, because of the partnership that institution has. Okay, so I might like to leave you guys with the last slide. Allow me one moment, please. Okay, with the last slide here.
Is that all, Miss Wanamina?
Yes, last slide. Okay, so we gonna, yes, the last slide. Sorry. Okay, the last slide. I just gonna leave to you guys that Muslim friendly industry is keep growing. And now in Thailand, we also include most of all the businesses and services that we give so much importance about halal and Muslim industry. And we try our best to improve in all aspects. Okay. Prince of Songkhla University wants to help halal industry as a whole, which try to commit, especially for the business traveler. So if you guys want to come to Thailand, come as a, visit our institution, feel free to contact me as well. And from now, I believe that halal Muslim friendly in business tourism will be one of the Thailand new engines. Okay, so if you have any question, feel free to ask. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for the insights and sharing with us about Muslim-friendly tourism in Thailand. And best of luck to Thailand. Hope we in Indonesia could also develop as the Thai kingdom has really well done. So that was Miss Wanamina about Muslim-friendly tourism and how to move forward the country to promote halal dan bagaimana cara mempromosikan halal dan friendly tourism di Thailand sendiri. Tadi ada beberapa industri ya seperti halal food and beverage, the modest fashion, halal media, Dan kata Miss Wanabina tadi Muslim millennial nih sekarang invading the world, artinya lagi sedang gencar-gencarnya me-invade itu tourism industry, dan sekarang travel industry-nya lagi growing sampai dengan US 300 billion. Jadi halal the products dan services termasuk misalkan products Muslim fashion dan services seperti jasa rumah sakit, hospital, tadi kata Miss bagaimana industrinya tadi mempenetrasi new and existing world market, tadi halal mice market. Next, we welcome back Professor Dr. Sudin Harun from the Miss glitch, the technical glitch. I'm sorry, Miss. We will come back to your question. Anyone in the audience would like to ask Dr. Nana about Muslim-friendly tourism? Please do so. We will ask the question after we seek some answers from Professor Dr. Sudin Harun. Professor Dr. Sudin Harun, the time is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Welcome
First,
back.
from Wan Amina, I used to go to Hanyai to play golf previously when I was with University Utara Malaysia. And then I always to go to restaurant. The name of the restaurant I still remember, Restaurant Chika. The name of the restaurant.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
most famous one.
Yeah, it is nice to be there. Of course, you may contact me anytime, what Amina. Maybe you have my
Yes.
phone number. We can exchange
Yes.
opinion. Now, I just want to answer the question given by the floor just now. Number one, because I also have knowledge in zakat, wakaf, etc. Actually, zakat is cannot used for infrastructure because of the 8 asnaf. It is clearly mentioned in Al-Quran. So if you say zakat for infrastructure, I see, I don't think so. Currently in Malaysia also, we never use zakat for infrastructure. But for the wakaf, yes. Wakaf can use for infrastructure. Either can be form of wakaf irshad by the government or wakaf done by the other private parties for the infrastructure. Now, of course, the question, second question about the journey to become entrepreneurs. Actually, for those in the room, to become entrepreneurs is not an easy thing. You cannot become rich in the short time or period. You have to work hard, and then you should never feel disheartened if your business is not good. Let me tell you the two story. Number one, I have friends during varsity days. He's millionaire now, but during varsity days, about 40 or 50 years ago, he always selling photocopy of the notes by the lecturer. So those who are very lazy, so the student will buy the notes. Now he become a successful entrepreneur, millionaire, and then his publication is Sinar. If you in Malaysia, Sinar is very famous. Now, my second example is my orang bawahan saya when I was in the bank. And now he's also multi-millionaire, but he start doing business at the age of retirement. So he involved in IT business and doing transaction using phone. So he become a millionaire now. So I also can teach you because I'm in the process of learning the scheme and then telling my friend about the scheme. And then the last question about fraud. Of course, in Islamic finance also, there can be a fraud. Fraud is everywhere. So what should we do is we should learn, we should study whether the activity or the deal involve fraud. There is a lot of ways whereby we can escape from the fraud. Okay, fraud is everywhere, but we must be cautious. So I think that's to answer the question previously from the man that zakat definitely is very, I don't see any example they use zakat for infrastructure. Okay, wakaf, yes. Zakat, no, because it's clearly it asnaf as stated in the Quran. So I think, Madam Moderator, that's my answer. Thank you very much, and looking forward to meet Wan Aminat on the halal, because I have also experience in halal business in Malaysia, so we can share our knowledge. Thank you,
Sure.
Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Sudin Harun, for answering the questions from the audience. Thank you, sir. And next, we will allow the participants in the room or the online meeting or via live YouTube to submit your question to the committee to be answered by Ms. Wanamina, Ms. Dr. Wanamina from Thailand. Anyone would like to ask a question about Muslim-friendly tourism and the halal market, for example? Mr. Dr. Ilham, please, your question. Anyone would like to ask Dr. Nana about the growing halal industry right now? This is very exciting time.
I have one question.
Oh,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you, Professor. Yes.
I don't see in your slide, you have a collaboration with university from Indonesia as well as from Malaysia.
Yes, we do. If talking about the for the halal or Muslim friendly in particular, yes, halal institution, we do have very close connections with University Utara Malaysia, University Science Malaysia. I can mention all these because we in USM also have halal institute themselves as well. They have a center there. So all these work as a cluster when it comes to projects. So we will, when we have the World Hapic I mentioned just now, it's gonna be a the connections all throughout our cluster to join our World Hapic convention.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And but nonetheless, I myself also taking care of international relation for Faculty of Management Science. Right now we have made consider like more than 10 or 10 visitors from university from Indonesia and Malaysia coming to our university, our campus for field trip. And also we have visiting professors joining the classes here as well. So there are subjects that involve with tourism or businesses. We actually can, of course, we always welcome if any academia from any your side or anyone over there in the hall interested to do some sort of exchange, feel free to let us know. Feel free to let me know.
Next question is, we have one from the audience. You have your mic right there. Yes, please ask away. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Fauzi Rahman. I am from Sharia Economic Department, Islamic Economic and Business Faculty. Here I have a question for Miss Ellie. Salam, Miss Ellie. In my understanding, halal tourism is more like religious tourism, like visiting graves of Wali Songo or Guru Sekumpul. So what do you mean be halal tourism exactly? Can we have like a halal beach or mountain? Thank you very much, Miss Ellie.
Would you mind to repeat the question? Sorry, would you mind to repeat?
That was about the definition on tourism itself. I think there's a common perception that here in Banjarmasin we usually do a tour, a pilgrimage of the deceased are as the moving element in our halal tourism. Then one more question from Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki.
Okay, Assalamualaikum,
Please.
Dr. Nana.
Yes, Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, Dr. Nana is my friend in Australia.
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask a question. Yeah, we see that there are many halal products from Thailand. Yeah, and as we know that Thailand is the biggest exporter for halal product. What are the strategy of Thailand to become the biggest producer of halal product? Yeah. Usually the can product of fruit or meat and something else. Thanks, Dr. Nana.
Thank you very
Yes.
much, Zaki. That was the question.
That's very strategic question, Professor Zaki. Thank you for your question. Yes, right now, as we have a certification as considered like a mechanism of all the halal, how to say halal practice, yeah, because of the peak body here like Chulalongkorn Ratchamantri, which play a very big role in terms of giving out certification all over the place. Yeah, we try our best to carry this. The strategy as a Thailand itself, because of the new government now, everyone know we have a new government now. Okay, and this new government recently, I just searched from this as well. I just found that they try to emphasize on the Muslim tourism coming in more. They try to target the Middle East more, okay, from the Middle East side, even ASEAN side as well, of course, Indonesia and Malaysia. But to actually to get everybody to come in at first place, that's what they try to create infrastructure. They try to create the Thailand as a non-OIC, as a top destination for Muslim traveler to coming into the non-OIC country. We want to go higher, okay, to be higher rank. That's our new government goal and plan to do that. Okay, that's number one, that what I know about. And number two is for the product itself. As a non-Muslim as well, also really appreciate the halal products too. So therefore, many it's like it's a competitive advantage. Yeah, many others products now try to get certification at the same time. Otherwise, they cannot beat the competitor who have the certified logo. I'm not sure whether how Thailand educate people out there about the certification. You actually look around right now at the bottle of water like this. Okay, I give you example of the bottle of water that I'm holding right now. Okay, there are also in Thailand their bottle of water have a halal logo. You see, I believe in your country you don't have, right? I mean, like some of the country, although you are Muslim country, you don't have it. You don't have a logo, right? Because you already rest assured that it's halal. Okay, but this one in Thailand we must have this. Okay, we must have this because we mind about the hygiene. Okay, they start concerned about the hygiene, and they start concerned like a preference of the product and services and food as well. Especially food and beverage should have this logo. Then they feel more secure, more safe, more more confidence to consume. Okay, so it's like become lifestyle too. Now I bring in so many words now, like lifestyle preference. So halal it become like that in a non-OIC country, especially in Thailand. I'm not sure if I answer your question or not, but the strategy, I do hope that the new government will work on it. Okay, they'll work on it as they said, they already said so. We try to watch out as well about that. Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Wadabida. Thank you so much for the answers. I hope that answers our questions for today. With that, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule. We know you're a very busy person, so thank you for coming here to Banjarmasin and delivering the material on Muslim family tourism. Everybody, please give a round of applause for Assistant Professor Dr. Wanamina Bosan Ali from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Next, we move on to our last session. Our last speaker of the day is no other, our very own Professor Dr. Saugi Mubarak, CFMA, who was born and raised in Martapura, South Borneo. He had obtained his bachelor degree in University Muhammadiyah Surakarta 1993. His graduate degree was from University Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta and the University Gajah Mada Yogyakarta. Throughout 2003 and 2005, and last, his doctorate degree is in Islamic banking law from the University of Brawijaya Malang in 2011. He currently serves as a lecturer here in the Faculty of Islamic and Business in Antasari, and his research interest is in Islamic banking laws and financial regulations in Indonesia. He will be sharing with us today the theme of how cash walk-up links sukuk, regulation and implementation in Indonesia will support the global sustainable development goals and its transformative values in the world of Islamic economics and business. Please welcome on stage Mr. Professor Dr. Saugi Mubarak, CFMA.
Thank you, moderator. Sorry, my voice is clear or almost clear?
Very clear, Professor.
Thank you. Sorry, in his screen, sitting at the front, I see lecture of Febi with Antasari. The first, Mr. Dr. Sukarni, so Professor Dean of Febi, and then Mr. Dr. Jaki Mubarak, Vice Dean of Febi with Antasari, and then also Miss Orahana Farida, and then Dr. Julfa Makia, and the other. Sorry, on schedule my time is 11:30 until 12. No, time is maybe almost 12 o'clock. I think it's no problem. But your prior time is 12:15. I hope that it will be on time. Sorry, I stopped my presentation at 12:15. Thank you to the moderator, Miss Novita Alfinuri Besti, MA, lecturer of Febi Antasari, for giving me the opportunity to speak in this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa ashabi ajma'in, amma ba'd. Honorable all speaker at international seminar in Febi in Antasari, the first Dato Professor Dr. Sudin Harun, Dr. Sudin Harun from Saito University College Malaysia. The second, Dr. Muhammad Zaki from University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Brunei Darussalam. The third, Dr. Wanamina Boston Ali from Songkla University Thailand. Special thanks for Dean of Febi, Faculty of Economic and Islamic Business at Islamic University of Antasari, Associate Professor Dr. Sukarni for giving me the opportunity to present our paper at the international seminar. Thank you to the international seminar participant. Maybe all speakers are from overseas, but me, I'm from Indonesia. I asked the committee if I was allowed to use Indonesian. The committee replied, no problem. You can choose English or Indonesia. And
No
then
problem. No
okay,
problem.
I choose Indonesia.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Sometime Indonesian, sometime English. Because the majority of participants are from Indonesian, okay?
That's right.
By President in Indonesia, I hope that all participants, especially Febi student, can understand it well. And then in this session, I will present a very interesting topic related to Islamic philanthropy, namely cash wakaf. In my article about is cash wakaf linkage sukuk regulation in implementation in Indonesia. Jadi tema kita yang akan saya sampaikan pada hari ini itu ada tentang cash wakaf linkage sukuk, peraturan dan pelaksanaannya di Indonesia. Tema ini saya sampaikan karena memang sekarang di Indonesia sudah mulai diterapkan dalam rangka alternatif instrumen dalam penggalangan dana. Ini sukuk and wakaf are alternative fundraising instrument. Cash wakaf in one type of movable wakaf. Jadi cash wakaf itu adalah salah satu dari bentuk objek wakaf yang movable, bergerak. Nah, di samping wakaf tunai, wakaf dengan uang dan emas, juga di antara itu adalah wakaf dengan surat berharga. This is innovation in philanthropy, Islamic philanthropy. Sukuk dan wakaf itu adalah salah satu daripada instrumen yang dikembangkan di Indonesia, sehingga nanti wakif, ya, orang yang berwakaf tidak akan menerima imbalannya, tapi nanti diserahkan kepada lembaga yang ditunjuk oleh pemerintah untuk mengelola hasil dari imbal bagi hasil dari sukuk yang sudah dibeli oleh wakif. Nah, kalau kita berbicara tentang next slide tuh, kalau kita berbicara tentang Islam, globally Islam is the second major religion after Christianity. Jadi setelah Kristen, Islam itu adalah negara yang Muslim yang terbanyak, ya, setelah agama Kristen. The Muslim population in Indonesia reached 263 million and around 13% of the world's Muslim population. Jadi memang Muslim di Indonesia itu populasinya sangat banyak, ya, dan sekitar 13% itu dia berada di dunia. Cuma problemnya kalau kita lihat di slide saya, before next slide 2. This is slide now, okay. Realization is very low. Jadi wakaf itu sangat rendah. Pertanyaannya, why wakaf achievement are still low? Jadi kenapa jadi wakaf itu perolehannya sangat rendah, sedangkan potensi dari wakaf itu sebenarnya sangat banyak. Nah, yang pertama, firstly, wakaf literacy is still low. Jadi literasi masyarakat tentang wakaf itu masih low, masih rendah. Nah, sesuai dengan hasil from survey result Badan Wakaf Indonesia or BWI itu mengatakan bahwa index score only reach 50.48, jadi 50,48. This is the low category. Jadi kalau dia di bawah 60 indeks skornya, maka itu dikatakan sangat rendah. Nah, 60 ke atas itu sedang, middle, nah nanti yang di atas 80, kategori 80 itu sudah baik. Nah, wakaf, literasi wakaf di Indonesia itu pada kisaran 50,48, 50.48. Alasan yang kedua, kenapa jadi wakaf itu low? Ya, wakaf program have not been innovative and creative. Sukuk related to wakaf is one of the innovation and to maximize and optimize wakaf. Jadi diperlukan semacam inovasi di dalam wakaf itu sendiri, khususnya untuk menyasar middle class, ya, kelas menengah ke atas. Nah, what is innovation? Apa itu inovasi? Ya, definition of innovation, ya, a new idea, new method, and new device. Maybe for example, in Islamic banking, for example, do you know hybrid contract? I think hybrid contract is one of the innovation in Islamic finance. Hybrid contract is a combination of contract. In the fiqh is known as al-uqud al-murakabah. This is innovation in Islamic finance. Sukuk atau wakaf lingkik sukuk itu adalah salah satu inovasi, ya, innovation di dalam Islamic philanthropy. Nah, innovation in Islamic philanthropy is the biggest challenge in developing in Islamic finance sector. Jadi memang inovasi di dalam filantropi Islam itu adalah satu tantangan yang besar dalam mengembangkan sektor keuangan Islam. Nah, tentu ada kebutuhan untuk pengembangan sukuk itu sendiri, sehingga diharapkan nanti partisipasi masyarakat menjadi banyak. Nah, kalau dalam konteks regulasi itu sebenarnya sudah ada regulasi tentang wakaf, yaitu Undang-Undang Nomor 41 Tahun 2004 tentang wakaf. Nah, di dalam pasal 16 ya, ayat 3 itu disebutkan wakaf bergerak, salah satunya adalah surat berharga. Ya. For example, sukuk, ya. Sukuk itu salah satu dari surat, contoh salah satunya itu ada sukuk yang merupakan salah satu bentuk dari surat berharga. And then slide number 4. Slide number. No. Okay. Nah. This is a table that illustrated assumption of wakaf potential in Indonesia. Income per month 500,000, total Muslim 4 million. And then cash wakaf rate itu 5,000. Potential wakaf money per month is 20 billion. Potential wakaf money for year 240 trillion. Income 1 until 2 million, total Muslim 3 million, cash wakaf rate 10,000. Potential wakaf money per month 30 billion, potential wakaf money for year 360 trillion. 2 until 5 million, total Muslim 2 million, cash wakaf rate 50,000, potential wakaf money 100 billion, and potential wakaf per year 1.2 trillion. And then income 5 until 10 million, total Muslim 1 million, cash wakaf rate per month 100,000, and potential wakaf per month 100 billion, and potential wakaf per year 1.2 trillion. This is illustrate assumption of wakaf potential in Indonesia. Berdasarkan kalau kita lihat dari tabel itu, sesungguhnya dapat diasumsikan ya potensialnya itu 1 juta, jumlah Muslim 1 juta, maka potensi wakaf uang per tahun itu 1.2 triliun. Jadi sekitar 1,2 triliun or 100 billion per month atau sekitar 100 miliar per bulan. Jadi sangat besar sekali potensi wakaf uang kita di Indonesia ini. Nah, berdasarkan perhitungan di atas tabel tadi yang assumption potensial wakaf in Indonesia tadi, maka kita bisa melihat bahwa potensi wakaf ya per tahun itu sebenarnya itu ada 3 triliun. Dengan tadi dilihat perhitungan penghasilan, kemudian jumlah Muslim, dan tarif wakaf uang per bulan. Nah, namun but the realization of cash wakaf collection is still far from the expected potential. Jadi memang apa yang diharapkan itu tidak sesuai dengan kenyataan. Nah, ini menjadi tugas kita ya, khususnya di Islamic Economic ya, di Fakultas Febi ini dalam rangka bagaimana mendorong kita untuk mensosialisasikan tentang wakaf ini, khususnya wakaf yang terhubung dengan sukuk. Oke, next slide 5. Slide 5. Nah, oke. This is table about sukuk insuran, ya, penerbitan sukuk. Jadi the first sukuk insuran in Indonesia itu was in 2008, ya, tahun 2008. The first sukuk insuran. Kemudian kenapa di tahun itu? Karena tahun itu sudah lahir undang-undang tentang surat berharga syariah, yaitu Undang-Undang Nomor 19 tahun 2008. Nah, kemudian setelah undang-undang itu diikuti dengan beberapa fatwa di SN terkait dengan sukuk. Ya, I think from 2008 and until 2021 maybe there are 12 fatwas. In this picture, from 2008 to until or to 2020, sukuk insuran continued to increase. But in 2021, there was a decline until 2023. Jadi kalau kita lihat di gambar itu, memang sejak tahun 2008 ya sampai dengan tahun 2020 itu kelihatan penerbitan sukuk itu naik ya. Secara terus-menerus setiap tahun itu naik. Nah, namun kalau kita lihat di gambar itu ada terjadi penurunan. Dari tahun 2021 sampai itu berlanjut di tahun 2023. Nah, sekalipun demikian, next. Nah, kalau kita lihat sebaran proyek SBSN ya, surat berharga syariah nasional itu sudah banyak. Jadi kalau kita lihat you saw in this picture in South Kalimantan, we found there are 76 project. Ya, ada 76 proyek in South Kalimantan. And Antasari State Islamic University is one of them that got the SBSN project. Ya, building of Febi itu one of them got the SBSN project. Jadi gedung yang dimiliki oleh Febi ya UIN Antasari itu salah satu dari proyek sorry I had a cough. Jadi itu salah satu yang dimiliki oleh Febi ya UIN Antasari. Sehingga kita bersyukur bahwa proyek SBN ini sangat berharga. Nah, next slide maybe. Next. Nah, this is the picture realization of cash wakaf linkik suku retail SWR 002 series. In this picture, there are 1,014 wakif. Jadi ada 1.014 wakif. Wakif is the person who hand over the property, orang yang menyerahkan harta. Nah, total sales 14.912 billion. Jadi ada 14.912 juta ya. Nah, dengan individual wakifnya 12.262 million. And then institutional wakif 2.650 million. And then realization of cash wakaf linkik sukuk retail SWR 002 series. Total sales with maybe 591 is 24.141 billion. Jadi dari 591 wakif ya, itu didapatkan dana yang sudah terjual itu 24.141 juta. Dengan rata-rata average-nya itu adalah 40,85 juta, 40.85 million. And then realization of cash wakaf linkik sukuk retail SWR 003 series. Total set with 688 is 38.253 million. Jadi ada 688 wakif dengan total yang diterima itu adalah 38.253 dengan average wakif box rata-rata yang oleh masing-masing itu sekitar 55.60, ada 55,60 juta. And then next slide. This is cash wakaf linkik sukuk publishing achievement. Jadi capaiannya tuh kalau kita lihat untuk yang 001 itu ada 14.912 juta. Nah, untuk 002 itu dana terkumpul 24.141. Nah, sedangkan yang ketiga itu seri ketiga itu 38.253. Nah, kemudian kalau kita lihat next list of social program before slide maybe before slide. No. Yes, this is. Nah, kalau kita lihat di sini, maka sesungguhnya peruntukan ya untuk kemana saja pendanaannya itu, kalau kita lihat di sini dengan berbagai hal. Jadi ini ada list of social program. From BSE example itu programnya adalah cattle from empowerment, ya, peternakan sapi. From Bank Muamalat itu tahfidz scholarship, ya, untuk beasiswa tahfidz. For for dompet duafa itu digitalization program for 1 million school throughout Indonesia. Jadi semacam program digitalisasi, ya, bagi sekolah yang ada di Indonesia. Kemudian ada duafa scholarship program. Nah, jadi memang cash wakaf linking sukuk ini sangat dirasakan manfaatnya. Nah, cuma karena masih keterbatasan informasi, maka masih sedikit yang memanfaatkan, ya. Sehingga diharapkan nanti kelas menengah ke atas, ya, yang pendapatannya sudah lumayan cukup untuk membeli sukuk, maka diarahkan untuk mengikuti program ini. Imbal hasilnya tidak diterima, tetapi nanti akan dirasakan oleh yang merasakan, tentu saja umat Islam. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. That was Professor Dr. Saugi Mubarak, CFMA. Please give another round of applause for Professor. Luar biasa Bapak, terima kasih telah sharing with us here today your research and experience on cash wakaf link sukuk. Ya, such a depth understanding of the topic. Itu tadi key concept dan signifikansi daripada dampak serta potensi dari wakaf, ya, cash wakaf. Berikutnya kita persilahkan dari audience apabila ada yang ingin bertanya.
Sorry, one question, yeah, because this is time your almost.
One question up for grabs. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Tadi mengenai regulasi dan implementasi cash wakaf di Indonesia, ya. Cash wakaf yang terlink dengan sukuk atau surat berharga syariah. Boleh Bapak, ada yang bertanya, satu orang di panggung, dipersilakan kepada Ibu Rimayati.
Silakan.
Okay, thank you for Prof. Saugi Mubarak. I have only one question for you. If I'm not mistaken, you have said that.
Sorry, can you speak in Indonesia?
All right, all right. Baik, Bapak. Jadi tadi Bapak ada menyebutkan bahwa salah satu hambatan terbesar untuk penerapan cash wakaf link sukuk ini adalah mengenai tingkat literasi masyarakat Indonesia, khususnya masyarakat Muslim yang masih rendah. Kalau tidak salah tadi sekitar di bawah 60 ya Pak indeksnya, kalau tidak salah tadi. Nah ini kan kalau misalnya kita ingin memaksimalkan potensi cash wakaf link sukuk ini kan otomatis masyarakat itu harus memiliki tingkat literasi yang tinggi, terutama berkaitan dengan literasi finansial dan literasi mengenai wakaf itu sendiri. Nah, menurut Bapak, ini bagaimana caranya supaya pihak otoritas ini bisa mendorong peningkatan literasi wakaf dan juga otomatis nanti juga akan bisa mendorong peningkatan pemanfaatan cash wakaf link sukuk ini. Begitu saja pertanyaannya Pak, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for question. This is a big question. Oke, memang kalau selama saya beberapa kali mengikuti tentang perkembangan cash wakaf linking sukuk ini, sebenarnya regulasi pemerintah sudah luar biasa. Yang menjadi masalah mungkin belum tersosialisasi ya secara masif, khususnya peran perguruan tinggi ya. Saya kira Fakultas Febi ini ya mempunyai peran yang sangat besar ya dalam rangka memberikan sosialisasi, tapi arahnya ke middle class, kelas menengah ke atas, karena memang instrumen ini kan hanya bisa dimiliki atau dia punya akses kalau dia punya pendapatan yang melebihi dari kebutuhan hidupnya. Oke, sorry, ajan nih. Sorry, I stop my answer.
Does that answer the question?
Oke. Baik, saya teruskan ya karena sudah selesai ajannya. Jadi memang peran perguruan tinggi itu sangat-sangat penting. Kalau regulasi pemerintah sudah luar biasa, ya. Sejumlah aturan itu sudah dikeluarkan, bahkan akses ke perbankan juga dimudahkan. Nah, cuma masalahnya kemungkinan itu ada di sosialisasi. Jadi saya kira ke depan mungkin dari pihak Febi bisa semacam menggandeng Bank Indonesia, ya, Departemen Keuangan dalam rangka mensosialisasikan tentang cash wakaf linking sukuk ini, karena memang sangat dirasakan manfaatnya. Ya. Kalau dulu di kampung ya di tempat kita mungkin wakaf itu hanya dengan wakaf benda yang tidak bergerak, umpamanya wakaf tanah. Nah, tapi sekarang dengan inovasi keuangan maka wakaf itu menjadi lebih inovatif ya. Nah, terkait dengan fatwanya tidak ada masalah karena sudah ada fatwa terkait dengan cash wakaf linking sukuk ini. Nah, Ibu Rimayati sebagai lecturer PB ya, sebagai salah seorang dosen, saya kira punya peran penting. Nah, lebih lagi beberapa dosen PB ini sekaligus pemain saham. Ya, ada Mr. Abdul Ghafur, Mr. Nova. Ya. Maybe you can join cash wakaf linking sukuk ya. Bisa nanti bergabung di filantropi ini. Saya kira itu Ibu Rima. Oke. Thank you for moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay.
Dr.
I
Saudi
live in this. Sorry, I live in this meeting. Maybe. I want to leave this Zoom. Okay. Saya mau. Sorry.
Yes, Professor. Can we take a picture all together?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Time for the committee.
5 minutes maybe.
Before the professor leaves the Zoom, may we have one picture together, all of us? Please stand. All the online participants, please open your camera so we can all take a picture together. And for the participants in the room, Please. Gimana, Pak? Please come to the stage so we can take a picture from the front. Silakan Ibu dipersilahkan naik panggung sebentar. Mumpung masih bersama kita Profesor Dr. Saugi Mubarak, CFMA. Silakan Ibu. Wah. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Mohon menempati tempat duduk kembali. Please give a round of applause for Professor Dr. Saugi Mubarak MA, Antasari, Banjarmasin State Islamic University. That was on the theme Cash Walk-Off Links to Cook Regulation and Implementation in Indonesia. Well, that's a wrap of it. With that, last session ends our seminar for today. On behalf of our entire team at the Faculty of Economics and Business, UIN Antasari Banjarmasin, we sincerely appreciate all our honorable distinguished guest speakers from today, starting from Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki bin Haji Zaini, University Islam Sultan Sharif Ali Unisa, Brunei Darussalam. Please give a round of applause. Professor Dr. Sudin Harun from Saito University College, Malaysia. Then for Assistant Professor Dr. Wan Amina Boston Ali, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. And lastly but not least, to our Professor Dr. Saugi Mubarak MA from Antasari, Banjarmasin State Islamic University. That is all for the international seminar, the transformative role of Islamic economics and business in supporting sustainable development goals, held here on Wednesday, the 27th September 2023 at Auditorium Master Jahi, UIN Antasari, the city of Banjarmasin. We are very honored for the opportunity of having all of us speakers here today. Thank you for helping make this event a great success for all the participants in the room and online. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We look forward to seeing you at our future events. My name is Novita Alfinuri, and it has been my pleasure to host this session. I wish you all a pleasant day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will give back the floor to MC. I will give back the floor now to MC.
Mohon Bapak Ibu kita foto bersama dulu dengan para mahasiswa, para tim UINA bisa di
untuk semua para mahasiswa dipersilahkan berdiri semua untuk foto bersama.
Sambil mohon kerjasamanya sebentar, mohon berdiri. Para mahasiswa yang di bangku boleh berdiri, yang di atas juga silakan berdiri. Yang di belakang ini harap berdiri ya supaya kelihatan semua nanti di kalender tahun depan insya Allah. Terima kasih, ditunggu sebentar, ini akan ada sesi foto. berdiam di bentar, si foto. Terima kasih kerjasamanya. Satu, dua, tiga. Terima kasih semuanya. Silahkan duduk kembali.
Pengumuman lagi Pak. Pengumuman untuk teman-teman mahasiswa, nanti sertifikat bisa di-download, ini ada barcode-nya, bisa langsung diisi ya, barcode yang ada ditampilkan di depan. Terima kasih. Kasih lagu lah. YouTube buka dah. Apa tadi yang lagu-lagu pakai. Panopal, mana Panopal? Ada Panopal kan?